Call to order the special meeting of the City Council for November 12th, 2025. It's a special meeting because normally we meet on Tuesdays, and this past Tuesday was Veterans Day, so our municipal code says we shifted a day. So that's why we're meeting today in a special meeting. So clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Adler, Councilmember Juanette, Councilmember Rubio. Here. Vice Mayor Veros.
Here.
Mayor Armstrong.
Here.
Thank
All right, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Okay, next item, please.
Item 3, announcements. 3.1, changes and additions to the agenda. There are none. Item 3.2, if you'd like to speak under public comment or regarding an agenda item, please complete a speaker card located in the back of the room and bring it forward to the clerk. Item 4, public comment.
Okay, public comment is now open. At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on any non-agenda item related to the business of the City Council. You can speak on items that are on the consent calendar, including requests to pull an item from the consent calendar and the reason why you wish to pull the item or items. Please note that the decision to remove an item from the consent calendar is strictly at the discretion of the City Council. You can speak on requests for future agenda items. Normally, we'd give you the opportunity to speak on special presentation items for under Section 6, but there are none for today. You can speak on items that are not on the agenda but are within the jurisdiction of the city. Please be reminded that while the city ensures the First Amendment rights of its citizens, we do not accept nor endorse any offensive or hateful comments made during our meetings. The city celebrates the diversity of our community, and we strive to be a welcoming and open community for all. If you wish to speak under public comment or regarding an agenda item, please fill out a speaker card located in the back of the room and submit it to the city clerk. While we encourage your comments, unfortunately, state law prevents the City Council from discussing items that are not on the meeting agenda. But the City Council does take them very seriously, however, and if appropriate, staff will follow up. And I ask you to please limit your comments to no more than 3 minutes, and there'll be a running timer on each of the screens to the sides. And with that, do we have any speaker cards?
We do have one speaker card for this item, as well as a written public comment that was received by email from Richard Oldham, and that is before the council this evening.
Okay.
And the first speaker card is from Greg Carr.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Greg Carr, San Ramon resident for some time. Thank you very much for canceling the meeting yesterday. For those of us who are vets, especially old ones with the gray hair that I carry, appreciate that. And for those of us who are Vietnam vets, it's nice to have that. Thank you. 2 things I want to speak about. The first one is, last year I came down and I spoke to the then council about installing a countdown timer for speakers. I suggested it be placed right under the mayor's sign. And because when you're speaking up here, especially people who don't come down and speak as much as I have, and God knows I've been doing it since '87, even longer than Jim Blickenstaff. So I apologize in advance. But when you speak, you don't want to find the timer and lose sight of what the time is, and your train of thought is lost. So I would appreciate if we could do that right there and you can't miss it, so that we don't have any more, incidents where the chief of police has to come down and escort people off. Okay. Second one is, there's a term that I see used in documents, and it's used oftentimes too much and sometimes incorrectly or not complete. It's sustainability. Okay, let me give you the definition that I found tonight. Sustainability, the practice of meeting present needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. The latest usage by certain elements in the society says, well, usually given as having three pillars. The three pillars: environmental protection, social equity, and economic viability. I submit to you that for the city right now, the first two are covered by social conscience. I have that, and I know all of you do, perhaps to certain degrees, 100%, I would hope. But for the city, I submit it should be balance the budget, have programs that are relevant to residents, increase commercial development. The third one being, that's where we get money. So those are the things I wanted to talk about. And gee, I did it in the allotted time, but you notice I keep turning to that. Not everybody who turns can keep talking on the subject. And so I think it'll go a long way to getting you less confrontation. Thank you.
Good timing. And your point's well taken. We have discussed this, and we do recall your comments last year, and it's the city manager is making some improvements within the council chambers. That's one of the items for consideration, as well as the screen upgrades that we already did and some other things too. So absolutely. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Any more speaker cards?
Not for this item, no.
Okay. All right. Then we'll close public comment, and we're going to move on to the consent calendar. Does any member of the council wish to pull a consent item? I will take that as a no. We have a motion by Vice Mayor Veros. And do we have a second? Okay. Second by Councilmember Rubio. All right. So consent calendar is adopted unanimously. We'll move on to item 6, no special presentations tonight. Item 7, no deferred consent items. Number 8, no unfinished business. So we're on to item 9, new business. And we've got a presentation. And this is tonight about Eden Housing. We've got Dixie Baus is going to come speak to us. And so for the public, this is during a recent council meeting, we had a conversation on development agreements, and we got some really good information during that council meeting on Eden Housing, because that was all part of the discussion, but it wasn't a specific item on the agenda. And so we, as a council, asked Eden Housing to come back and provide us a presentation so the community can be better informed about what Eden Housing is all about, some of the types of services they provide, and just remind everyone, this is just informational only. There's going to be no land use decisions based on this information, but we appreciate you coming back, Dixie, and with your crew and giving us some information about your programs.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you all for the invitation to present information about Eden Housing and what we do, not only to you, but to the community of San Ramon. So I'm thrilled to have an audience and at least pass on what we do in our daily 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 2 jobs. So here we are again. We will just want to let you know the basis of what we've got here is we absolutely believe home is where your start is. It's in our corporate DNA. It's in our mission. Most of the people in our company who work for our company live and breathe that statement as well. So we know that creating housing is the first step to creating mobility later on. Could be economic mobility, could be physical mobility. Doesn't matter to us. Mobility is mobility. We're a nonprofit affordable housing developer, owner, property manager, and resident services organization based in Hayward. And we started in 1968, so over 57 years ago. We own more than 11,100 homes in our portfolio from Sacramento all the way down to San Diego and 161 properties. Today, I'm joined by 2 friends, members of the executive leadership with Eden Housing and senior management for Eden Housing, Darnell Williams and Diana Mastriani, who will introduce themselves as we go along. But really, I can't tell our story, I don't think, any better than what I think videos show. So, did I get fancy here? I got too fancy. How do we make that video play? Where are you at? Nope. It worked until it didn't work. Gotcha. And then I can move back to presentation.
I want him to have access to quality education, sports that maybe we didn't. I want him to have the opportunity to, if he has a passion, he's able to pursue it. So I want him to be able to know himself and lean into the things that he enjoys more than anything.
I feel like stability is first and foremost.
Bottom right.
Bottom right. Gotcha. Oh, man. You guys should not be letting me do this. Oh, I can finance things. This is not good. Give me this.
I want him to have access to quality education, sports that maybe we didn't. I want him to have the opportunity to, if he has a passion, he's able to pursue it. So I want him to be able to know himself and lean into the things that he enjoys more than anything.
I feel like stability is first and foremost. Because without stability, I'm a prime example that I couldn't juggle school. I couldn't juggle going to work. I couldn't, it was very hard. It was very hard. Stability is, I feel like it should be at the top of the list.
So me and my little Maltese dog that I had were the first ones to move in here. I think really after the building started to fill up and there were more people here, I felt safe. For some reason, I felt safe right away. I raised my two boys by myself and I didn't plan properly for this stage of life. It was actually my oldest son that said, "Mom, you have to get on a list. You have to get on a list." And because I lost my house. It was very shocking to me for the first, really for the first year and a half. And it shouldn't have been, but it was. And really being here was the first time that I would not wake up during the night and think to myself, how am I going to do it? Thank God for this place. That's all I can say for Eden Housing.
The difference from me being unhoused to being housed, I'm happier. I speak more. I help more. I'm gaining my weight back. I'm motivated. I'm doing more. I even got myself a little pup.
A neighbor of my mom heard about the new apartments being built right on the corner. So we lived in Sacramento Street and Nugent Square apartments were being built right on the corner. So we can see the building from our window. we didn't know anything of it, but her neighbor got information that it was affordable housing, and she was like, you need to apply. Like, yeah, I think while that was happening, I didn't have these emotions, but looking back at it, it's a pivotal moment that shaped my family's trajectory for sure.
Living in San Diego, especially when I worked downtown, we would see a lot of homelessness, people lining the streets. We just don't have enough housing. Since I moved into Coronado Terrace, it's been a great experience because I feel like I'm on a good path. I've been able to prioritize my bills more effectively because I don't have to decide, whether it's going to be rent one month, groceries the next. It's a lot easier and makes me feel more secure because I'm able to get both of those. I'm even able to go out and do fun things like maybe take my son to SeaWorld or take him out to the beach and do other fun activities.
I heard about Housing Trust of Silicon Valley through a recruiter, and I didn't even know that the space existed. I was excited to learn more about it, and through the interview process, I just learned of the amazing work that they're doing, and I've always been inclined to just do meaningful work that has impact. That's how I got in, and I mean, I've loved it ever since. It's been probably the most excited I've been about a job and the space that I'm in, so it feels super fulfilling. I've told all my friends. I've even invited friends to a grand opening so they can see what affordable housing is. I think not a lot of people know how amazing it is. And then also just they probably have a different connotation of what affordable housing is and what it looks like. And it's like you said, it's pristine housing. It's like they look like market rate apartments. It's somewhere that people can be proud to live in. And it's just amazing. So any chance I hear of or opportunities I hear of open wait lists, and I know I have friends that have families that are living in situations where they're barely making ends meet with the market rates here in the area. I'm always pushing. I've sent the Eden Housing list of apartments to family, friends, everyone, and I'm like, you just got to be patient. Just submit your application, wait, and once it happens, move fast because I think you're gonna be very happy if you get in, and it's gonna change your life.
Our founding board member, Bill Vandenberg, sent me a note on McGovern for President stationery the day that redevelopment went away. And it said something to the effect of, I bet you're feeling sorry for yourself right now. And I kind of was because I was a little overwhelmed. And he said, your job is to sharpen your pencil and figure this out. There's far too many people who need housing for you to give up. And so that is the legacy of what Eden is about. And I hope that 55 years from now, we are still fighting the good fight.
Let's do this really quick. All right. I'm Darnell Williams. I oversee property management and resident services for Eden Housing. From a personal standpoint, I am local. My kids are in San Ramon Valley School District. I'm a proud father and proud husband. I've been here for quite some time now. I'm also a product of affordable housing. And needless to say, I didn't know that growing up. I grew up on the south side of Chicago. I lived in many of the public housing, the failed model of public housing, Robert Taylor Homes, IDB Wells, Stateway Gardens, you name them. I probably lived there. And I say that to say that is actually a reason that I work for Eden Housing. When I moved to California, I didn't know that affordable housing was actually a industry. Because when I grew up and, in public housing, it was high densified buildings where, Robert Taylor Homes was 14 buildings, 17 stories. You wouldn't see a maintenance man, a community manager, a resident services person, or anyone. It's just put thousands of people in these buildings and walk away. And that's what I thought affordable housing was. And then quite frankly, I think many people unfortunately have a stigma of affordable housing because of that failed model. I'm proud to say that I work for Eden Housing, where we are the complete opposite of that. We create and sustain high quality affordable housing for communities to thrive. We really are a people first organization. We embody culture of inclusivity, where we intentionally focus on process improvement and the actual experience that our staff and our residents have when they deal with Eden Housing, a property and or any activities that we have. We host biannual employee engagement surveys along with resident surveys aimed at understanding our strengths and our weaknesses. And I would actually say our opportunities for growth. We can always do better. We currently manage over 11,000 units across the great state of California. We are a California bred organization. Our base is in Hayward. Our corporate office is in Hayward. Most of our portfolio is in the East Bay of about 5,000 units. Contra Costa County is our third largest footprint from a county standpoint. It's Alameda, Santa Clara, then Contra Costa. We want to build more in Contra Costa. That's why we're here today. But taking a step back to our people first mentality, some of the stats on this screen sort of elevate the reality that we really prioritize our people. So of 4 major categories in our recent employee engagement survey, we scored in mid to upper 80 percentile of all of our staff. And we typically receive about 90% participation, if not 100% participation throughout our staff. So it is definitely a representation of how our staff view us. As I move on to the next slide, going back to our portfolio footprint, again, the East Bay, it's about half of our portfolio is currently in the East Bay. We also go up to North Bay, Silicon Valley, Monterey Bay, and also we have close to 1,000 units in Southern California. We've opened satellite offices, development offices in San Diego and Sacramento because our priorities are expanding our footprints into those regions. We have about just under 5,000 homes in the pipeline in the immediate future. We have an audacious goal to double in size in the next 10 years. Now we're 5 years into that. So by 2030, we plan to be close to 20,000 units at that time. Again, we love to build more in San Ramon. I happen to live here, so it's very helpful. We really want the community to understand who we are and what we provide. We have close to 1,000 units and just doubling, where we obviously offer the opportunity to tour our sites locally so you can see what we offer and what we provide to our residents in the community. Again, we're aiming to double our portfolio size. We're spread throughout the county. We have a strategic focus to continue to grow, and we want this to be a place of home for all of us and our residents. With that, I'll pass it back to Dixie to talk more about our development department.
Thank you, Darnell.
Did Darnell say audacious? Yes, we're almost at that 10,000, but you've seen me before. The types of developments that we build are mostly public-private partnerships on public land, sometimes privately owned, private partnerships as well. We do a lot of inclusionary housing work with home builders and land developers throughout the state. And we do some developer-driven land purchases. That's where I get to go out and play Monopoly. Financing, it's no secret sauce for the financing for affordable housing. Predominantly, most of the financing is done with low-income tax credits, but there's local and state gap financing programs that we like to talk in big initials. A lot of it comes from the state of California. Some comes from the ASIC program, that's the Affordable Housing Sustainable Communities program, which provides incentives for cities and municipalities to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. And so there's credits that are bought by private industry to do that. Some of the state programs that are our go-to include the infill infrastructure program, multifamily program, transit-oriented program, and whatnot. If it has an initial, I promise you we've hit it. So from the federal funding all the way down to the state funding, this is just a snapshot of some of the communities that we have developed and we currently own all across the state. Some are rural located, some are located in urban areas. You've seen some of these before. The one on the bottom left of the page is our international, state, national award-winning project, Solaire Apartments, which we're super proud about with its inclusion of health and housing and its connections. So we really run the gamut between family, senior, veterans housing, formerly homeless housing. But really, the people who make us look good are the property management and the operations department. So with that, you've heard me talk enough. I'd really like to turn it over to Diana Mastriani, who'll describe to you exactly boots on the ground stuff.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Well, I have the pleasure of being able to work every day with our residents and with our team. And I think, where's our little, how do I get us forward? Thank you. So I think what you want to know about Eden Housing is what happens when the building's done? You still have it for forever. So I think what we bring to the table is the most important thing is stability. We have a team that has been with us for years in many cases. The average experience of our management level team at the site level, 22 years of experience. Average tenure, over 8 years that they've been with Eden. We have people that have been with us 20 years. On average, our newest employees have been with us 5 years. And that's at our maintenance level, at our on-site level, but especially at our supervisory level, and at our associate director level. Our associate directors have been with us at least a decade. Again, we manage a lot of properties. We've maintained high occupancy. But what's really important for us is our team. By taking care of our team, we take care of our residents. Most of our supervisory teams are California born, and we are familiar with the city. Many of us were heavily involved with Chappelle Homes when Chappelle opened their inclusionary housing many, many years ago. Cornerstone at Gale Ranch, Valencia, Seville. And so working in the city and with the city back in the day, we remember well. Some of the things that we pride ourselves on is, especially when we open up a new building, we're ready. We prepare ourselves, we meet now. When we start talking about a new building, we're involved right from the start. We believe that as soon as the building's ready, we want to get our residents in. They've been waiting a long time for their homes. And so on average, well, we're on a streak. From the time we receive the keys to the building to the time we move all of our residents in is averaged less than 30 days. Our last building, we moved 100 people in less than 2 weeks. And we build community when we do that. We do our move-ins a little bit differently. We have all of our residents come do all their lease and all their paperwork ahead of time. And move-in day is our fun day. It's our day where we build community. We do group move-ins. We bring people in for a group orientation where the first thing we do is we introduce ourselves and we have our residents introduce themselves to each other. We do group tours. We tour the property. We show people how to use the laundry room, where the trash chutes are, how the recycling works. We have food. It's like a party. It's almost like a move-in day on student housing. And by the time the day is done, people are helping each other move. They're sharing moving boxes. It just right from the start, you've got your neighbors in your community. And since we've been doing that, we just noticed a reduction in turnover, a reduction in just issues on the properties. We don't have graffiti issues. Neighbors look after each other's kids. It's just a different environment that we're creating. And then our teams. For us to do what we have to do, we have to have really high-performing teams. And to do that, we have to treat them really well. We do something special. We have what are called onboard support managers and onboard support maintenance technicians. So when you're hired into Eden Housing, you don't go to the property you're going to work at. You go work with a mentor the first week that you're with us. And that mentor takes you through the basics, get to know Eden Housing, but get to know the team that you're going to work with. Get to know what your support is going to be like. We want you to feel connected to us right from the start, because we find when people are connected, that's when they're part of the team. That's when they stay with us. Then we can start working on team days where we pull the regions together, they help each other. If this one's not busy, this one needs help, they go and they just support each other. We also have a really cool recognition program. We say that we build our buildings one corner at a time and we use bricks. So we use bricks as recognition. You can give everybody, every day you can throw a brick to somebody, and a brick is positive recognition. So on our little intranet, you can send a brick, and that is thanks for helping me out. Thanks for doing this for me. Instant, recognized by the entire company, done in 2 minutes, and can be done at any time of the day, 24/7, 365. Really just helps foster that you don't have to wait for your supervisor to come tell you you did a good job. You tell each other that you did a good job, and it's a really important program for us. And that also, you know, having a great team, and those are 3 of our directors right there. They're just fantastic. Those 3 people have all been with us, at least the youngest one's been with us for 12 years. We try to make it fun. We have very high expectations. We set high expectations so that our residents have a wonderful place to call home. This year, we did a resident survey of all of our residents, all of our properties, all 20,000 plus residents. We had a 53% response rate out of all of our residents, and overwhelmingly, the response was positive. They did give us some criticism, some positive criticisms about, you know, we'd like to see more programming. We'd like to see some other things. But overall, they love their teams. They love their managers. They really love their maintenance teams. And just the fact that we got over half of our properties, half of our residents to respond was really, really amazing. We're very happy with that. The other thing is we never stop learning. We just opened up a training center in Morgan Hill. It was some unused office space that we actually, our maintenance teams took the space and converted it into a maintenance training center. They designed it. They built all of the stations in it. And we're going to use it to train our lead maintenance people to go back and train in their regions on just everything from how to turn a unit to how to use these new PTAC systems we have that we're not quite sure how to do the preventative maintenance on them. Everything was done in-house, and all of our training can be run from that center to train the trainer. So it's programs like that we really try to foster, that we involve our team, we take our high performers, and we really tap into them. And in case you're wondering, it's called the Eden Maintenance University, and that is our EMU. And I'm going to pass it back to Darnell. He's going to talk a little bit just about our resident services and things that we provide for our residents.
Thanks, Diana. I don't know how I got to go after that amazing speaker, Diana, but I'll do my best. All right. Resident services at Eden is central to our service offering to our residents. We offer varying ranges of resident service coordination for all of our residents. It's really connecting our residents with their desired resources, with over 6,000 of them participating in our services currently. During and since COVID, the needs have really increased substantially. As all of us can imagine, people lost their jobs, people had reductions in their hourly pay. There are challenges with making rental payments, things of that nature. And our resident services teams really jump in and help support those residents, connecting them to resources available, and also financial coaching. We have a quite robust financial coaching program, where we also have an Eden Savers program where residents can participate in basically a match savings program. They save $2, we donate $1, up to, I believe it's $1,000. So we've had a great deal of residents benefiting from that program and actually saving enough money to start small businesses or help them pay their rent, or really just help them learn how to save money over time. And it's really a behavioral shift to give them the resources necessary to know how to plan financially. That's just one example of amazing programs that we offer. Notably, we now award just over $100,000 a year in scholarships to students going off to college or a vocational school or whatever. We have quite the robust review process. We usually receive close to 1,000 applications across our portfolio to award these scholarships each year. Since the inception of the scholarship program, we have donated over 1.2 million in scholarships to our residents. Lastly, and before I open it up to comment, and perhaps the three of us can help answer any questions, I want to say one thing that is true to the core of Eden. We are a long-term community partner. We work in the community for the community on the benefit of the community. We still own our first multifamily housing property that we built over 50 years ago. Josephine Lum Lodge is in Hayward. It is still quite beautiful to this day. We reinvest into our properties. I'm not saying this to say that for-profits are bad, just to be clear, but we are not a for-profit entity. We do not distribute to stakeholders. What we actually do is distribute back into our properties. So that is something that is the reason, and quite frankly, the only possibility for us to maintain our housing for so long. We are not in the business of disposing of our assets. We actually reinvest in them. And again, we keep them for long term because we want to be part of the communities that we serve. So with that, I'll pause and open up for any questions. And the three of us can.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Darnell. I'll start off with a couple of questions, and I'll probably have some follow-up ones, but you talk a little bit more about, services for the residents, and in particular things you mentioned, some financial counseling, scholarships, things like that. What about things like daycare, or other programs or services or things that you offer to the residents with the goal of being, as you said earlier, you want to keep them in a home. You want to keep them. And what if they're struggling, and how do you help them out in that regard?
That's a great question, Mayor. So we do not personally provide daycare services. We're not accredited to do that. We provide after school program. I'll come back to that in a second. Now, what we have done is we will partner with organizations like Head Start to lease out commercial space for them to offer after school daycare for residents and the community at large. It's not exclusive to our residents, but it is in the community. And again, it's separate, but tied to our housing. And that is not everywhere in all of our properties, but we have done that quite a bit in our portfolio. Now, from an after school program standpoint, our in-house resident services professionals do provide after school program that's largely homework support, helping them get through their math problems or reading or things of that nature, writing skills. We start at age 6, and we have from 6 to 12, and then a teenage group that's 13 to 18.
Okay. And is those services for the after school and for the childcare and things like that, even if it's outsourced, are those for residents only, or is that open up to a broader community as well?
What we provide is for our residents only, and is requirements through our tax credit financing. So we cannot allow the greater public to take part in that, fortunately or unfortunately. But the daycares would be open to, if we were to have a commercial space as a daycare, that would be open to the greater community.
Yeah. Now, we've got a couple projects being considered in San Ramon right now. Well, one's already been approved, I guess, and the other one got 2 more under consideration. Are any of those have care, child care or services as part of that package?
I'll have to defer to Dixie on the planning for that. I forget.
Listening to the question that I had before when I was with you all, I can now say yes. We will have an on-site daycare facility at our orchards project. So we are very, very excited about that. It is not contemplated in our second project, but it will be on at Orchards Daycare Center there. Yeah.
And Dixie, while you're up, when you presented, when we were having the development agreement discussion, you had a particular slide, and it had a slide of income levels and
Mhm.
things like that for certain positions. Can you just, and I didn't see the slide tonight, but can you just talk through some of that? Who are those people?
Mhm.
Who do they represent? And what affordability levels, does that represent? The types of residents that you have in the homes in Eden Housing.
Sure. Thank you. I remiss about bringing that in. If let's close our eyes here. What we did is we took a half-mile radius around the Camino Ramon site, 2453 Camino Ramon, and we mapped out every single employer who is in that radius. And then on our income chart, starting with the 30% area median income going up to 80%, which is the range of incomes that we will serve at our communities, we found that people working in the community, for example, someone working at the grocery store, I'll try and remember to leave names out, qualified at the 40% level. Someone working at a hotel qualified at the 30% level. Someone working at a city facility across the street qualified at the 70% level. Someone who works in City Hall qualifies at the 70 and 80% level. So the range of just in this half-mile radius from our site had such a large grouping of different demographics, including those first starting out teaching schools, fresh firefighter still qualifies for affordable housing. So it really did open up our eyes as to the jobs that are already in the community with people who are already income qualified to live with us, and we hope they will.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Darnell?
I just have to add to that. So not necessarily just for this property, but just the greater community that we serve. I think part of the negative connotation around affordable housing is just a lack of understanding about what affordable housing is, particularly in the Bay Area. You are considered low income if you largely on average, if you make $120,000 or more or less in the Bay Area. That is the mass majority of the people who you greet you when you walk in a grocery store. You go to Starbucks, you go to Safeway, you go to Target, you go to Lucky's, you go all of the people who support the community and the economy in San Ramon and throughout the entire Bay Area are the ones who qualify for affordable housing in the Bay Area. And that is, I think that it is unfortunate that not enough people understand that.
Yeah, I appreciate that, because that is kind of the stigma that when you use the term affordable housing, people immediately jump to your experience in Chicago or that old model. But this is a different model, what we're talking about here, and it's a different affordability levels and incomes, and it's for the people who live here already, right, that are in our midst that serve us on a daily basis. So I appreciate you making that distinction there. I'll probably have some other questions, but I want to kind of get the rest of the council members. Robert.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Darnell, and thank you for the presentation. Earlier on one of the slides, you had you accepted a grant from the U.S. Department of Treasury. It's called the Capital Magnet Fund for $9 million. What is that, and what's that used for?
I'll defer to Dixie, and I'll probably add on a little bit later.
Sure.
You don't know it?
No, I do.
Oh, okay. Go. It was a grant to support affordable housing throughout our portfolio. It is a sponsor level grant, which means it is not tied to any particular deal. It was a government backed capital magnet funds, NOFA that was put out. I want to say it was about 3 or 4 years ago. We applied and we got the 9.5 million. But also about 2 years later, we applied again and got another, I believe it was 10 million. And again, it goes onto our balance sheet, and we use that to effectively pay for our upfront costs. So for all of our pre-development expenses, we pay close to $2.5 million before we receive a dime.
Wow.
So these capital magnet funds are going to help support that work. So we will use the capital magnet funds to deploy them into our pipeline to basically deal with the pre-development expenses, and then we're reimbursed later on with developer fees and things of that nature.
Okay, thank you. And so, yeah, that was my next question was, this is pre-development. So this is, if it dries up, we're not going to be stuck with a half-built building.
Oh, no.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
We don't put a shovel into the ground until we're fully financed.
Okay.
Yeah.
And one more question, if I can. These are apartments, right? So just for the public to know, no one can occupy an apartment until the last unit effectively is built, correct?
That's correct. We have to, at a minimum, baseline minimum, we have to receive TCO, so temporary certificate of occupancy,
Okay.
Prior to moving in anyone. And that
Okay.
includes our staff, because all of our properties, well, in California, if you have 15 units or more, you have to have an on-site manager or maintenance person that lives there on site. That person can also not move in until we receive TCO.
Okay. And one more, how do you manage, you talked about, the mayor mentioned the income levels regarding that spreadsheet that Dixie presented in the last meeting. How do you monitor or manage folks that are being honest, I guess?
Yeah.
If some of these leases, I assume, are yearly or maybe multi-year leases, how do you?
They're all annual.
They're on, okay.
It is internally and externally.
Yeah.
There is a great deal of compliance that we must abide by from a local and state standpoint and federal standpoint. We had to, it's not just us, it's not unique to Eden Housing. The industry is required to have a compliance department. That compliance department also reports up to me. We have a team of professionals that are effectively in charge of ensuring that all of the units are in compliance with all of the various regulations depending on that property type.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Thank you for the presentation.
Who's next?
I can answer.
Ursula?
So I'll just start with the last question. So there's some continuity there. So for the different income requirements, are there different sort of check-ins that are done? Because I believe currently under the BMR apartments, there's different requirements depending on whether you're 50%, 80%, what have you. Are there different requirements under Eden Housing as well?
It could be. The income requirements are largely dictated by the financing sources that require those income requirements. So said differently, if there are city funding or county funding that requires certain AMIs, area median income units, there will be a set of requirements for those. For tax credit, most of our properties are 100% tax credit. It kind of sits on top of that, and it's its own body of requirements that comes with that. If we have Section 8 vouchers, for example, there's its own requirements that sits on top of that, on top or underneath that. Typically, anything that's federal supersedes everything else. All that needless to say, that's why we have a compliance department, because it gets very convoluted very quickly, and we have to sort of understand all of the various requirements for each unit and each property.
Right. And just kind of to expound on what Councilmember Joinette was asking, is that those units that have that are like 50% or 30% that are much more affordable, they also go through a more rigorous process, is my understanding.
It depends. I would say
Yeah.
it depends.
Right.
I think it is fair to say on average, yes, that is the case, but it does depend.
Right. Okay. And then so also, the daycare question was, I'm really glad to hear what you've said, because I brought that up initially when you were here presenting about the development, and that was my number one issue. I don't think people really understand, unless they've actually really had to struggle on their own, how critical that is to providing upward mobility. And I'm sharing this more for the public's information so they understand how important this really is. I mentioned in the last meeting back then how New Mexico created universal daycare, and that in itself elevated 120,000 people above the poverty line. That's a lot of people. And so when we talk about upward mobility, education, people going back to work full time, people with children who have disabilities, they need support. I mean, some families are not fortunate to have a two-parent household where they can rotate. So this is a really vital step, and it makes me really happy to hear that there's going to be options for them there. And so speaking on that front, in terms of the, I think you mentioned First Start is going to help with the daycare program. You work in conjunction with them on that. Is that correct?
We doing First Start?
I
mentioned Head Start as an
Head
example.
Start, excuse me. Yeah, Head Start. You mentioned Head Start, so you work with them. Does that, would these services also be available to children who may have disabilities?
Yes.
Great. That's great news. That makes me really happy because believe it or not, I didn't get that. I couldn't get that for my daughter. We were repeatedly rejected because she had disabilities, certain disabilities. So, and what are the hours that you anticipate you'll be that those services are available for families?
For the daycare or for
Daycare.
resident services?
The daycare.
Daycare is typically, I want to say from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., I believe.
Awesome.
And to expand on a point that you just made, the reality is that not all families, whether both parents work or not, can afford to send their kids to Kids Country, because we considered sending our kids to Kids Country, and then we realized how much it costs per week, and we're like, you know what, we just can't do that.
Right.
So when we're talking about the families that will live in our properties, they will not be able to afford Kids Country, and we would partner with the daycare. And in most cases, when we partner with daycares, we don't really charge them rent. We usually charge them about let's say $1 a month, and then they have to pay for their expenses for like utilities and things of that nature, trash, but we don't really charge them for rent. That helps them thrive as well as an organization, because a lot of their financing is federally funded
Right.
or federally backed. So we want to help support them because it's ultimately helping support the community. The points that I'm making earlier around we work in the community for the community, that is part of that, right? So I really appreciate that comment.
Yeah, no, and absolutely. Sometimes it's kind of scary to think that a two-income household is still insufficient. And I think it's compounded when you have one parent and you really have no way of rotating that responsibility. You know, there's no way to coordinate that. Who do you who takes care of your child so that you can go to work? So it's really critical. Thank you so much. Are there job skills training as well as part of this, or any kind of, or at least some informational aspect on how they can go back, get perhaps additional education that will help them earn higher incomes?
Yeah, so part of our resident services delivery model, we have financial coaching and resume coaching for adults. So whether that is, they've been on the job market for some time, they've been sending resumes in and not getting any bites, we'll have them sit down with our resident service coordinator, provided they want the resources, and help them craft the resume, help them craft a cover letter, give them tools for actually interviewing with different organizations. But we also are exploring a workforce development delivery, but it will likely be a co-delivery model where we partner with organizations that specialize in that, and we will point our residents to them to help them re-enter the workforce.
That's great. And do you partner in any capacity, say with like community colleges? We have DVC here, and they may offer some, certificate programs that will maybe help them really get that step up that they need, and also CTE programs?
Not enough. We need to do more.
Okay.
It is something that we heard loud and clear in one of our recent surveys. And as we're in the midst of wrapping up a business plan for our resident services department, or I should say company. And part of that work, what we did was we reached out to our residents and said, hey, what do you need most? And we're shifting our programming based on the inputs that we had there. One of them was support with one, not just our scholarship program, which through and large, a lot of our residents appreciate, but also how can we connect them to the universities directly, and how can we partner with those universities? So we have in our plan to actually start reaching out to, East Bay and locally as well. And we may even go to universities like Berkeley as well. So, we have some more planning to do, but it is in our work plan to start doing more of that work.
That's great. And I think it's really important because that's part of helping them kind of make that transition. And the more we can transition people upward, it means more eventually they can move on and live their lives and hopefully one day become homeowners themselves. And it also opens the space for families who are coming in and needing that opportunity as well.
Yeah.
The other thing is, so my last question, sorry. This is very personal. By the way, I'm from Chicago too, so I totally understand. Connect people with social services. What kind of efforts are you undertaking, for example, to connect people with the Department of Rehabilitation or things like that, those kinds of services that are really critical and often difficult to navigate for families who are facing these challenges?
We help them head on with the navigation. So a lot of our resident services work is resident service coordination with the various departments and agencies that can help our residents the most. We don't do all of the work. Now, we do have a pretty robust list of organizations that help. We also partner with the VA quite a bit. Some of our properties have veteran housing as a requirement. Part of that requirement is we have to receive coordinated entry from the VA, and the VA supports those residents to move in, but also ongoing. They'll have an assigned case manager. We partner directly with them for things like that. That's just an example of the various agencies that we work with.
So with these, so I believe I heard, I'm not sure if correct me if I'm wrong, will there be an in-house manager, sort of case manager that helps with all these things?
It wouldn't necessarily be a case manager, but we would have an in-house manager that lives at the site. And then we would have an assigned resident services coordinator or case manager at the site, depending on the population splits.
That would be really great because you also, a lot of times it's, I'm kind of bringing it back to, from a very firsthand experience being a single mom. You have a child with maybe 1, 2. I know some moms who have multiple children with disabilities, and then now you're trying to navigate this very complex system. So is there someone who can help them with making some of those calls, sending some of those emails out and finding out about services, as well as sometimes even making appointments for healthcare and making sure that they're not making 30 trips, in and upwards to every year for healthcare, and helping them to streamline that care so it's more efficient.
You have sort of highlighted everything that our resident service coordinators do for us.
Okay, so that's
That is definitely part of their work. And we have a great deal of connections with county services like behavioral health, for example. Our resident service coordinator, part of their duties is to make those connections with them. So when they see something with our residents, they can refer them to the right supports.
Perfect. Thank you so much again for all your great work.
Thank you. Okay. Any other?
Turn over to the left. Richard?
Thank you, Mayor. Good to have you both here today, tonight. It's been a while since I've lived in an apartment, and I can't recall, when you're paying rent, do you pay for maintenance fees or, what, does the rent include anything other than the rent? Does it include maintenance or issues like that to maintain the property itself?
Indirectly, from a financing standpoint, the rents have to help support the long-term sustainability of that property, but it's not a direct payment. So all of our rents are low-income housing rents, tax credit rents, where we cannot charge over a certain amount. So if you're a 30% unit, 50% unit, 6% unit, whatever your AMI is, there is a maximum that we can charge, and we can't charge above that. It is the rent. In some locations, we also charge like parking fees, but that's if they have like a garage. We don't build a lot of garages. Those are more of our legacy properties where we acquired properties that have garages.
What if you have an issue with plumbing or?
That's all taken care of. We pay for that.
You pay for that.
Yeah.
So,
Now, to full disclosure, if it's resident calls, we would charge them back for that. But if it is something where,
You take care of it, but you charge them?
it depends. It depends. Like if someone purposefully overflowed their toilet, not their toilet, their
Wow.
sink or their tub, and we found out about that, we would charge them back for the damages. But through and large, we cover all the maintenance and repairs. We
'Cause I would
we actually
imagine,
set up reserves for that. Each property has a replacement reserve and operating reserve to support those needs.
I would imagine early on, you probably wouldn't have as many maintenance issues as you would of the older, like the 50-year-old one that may have some plumbing issues or whatever. So that changes over time. And also, is there do you have standards for the tenants to uphold as far as noise and things like that you might have?
It's called house rules. Part of their lease is an addendum or addenda that has house rules. It's 2 or 3 pages worth of do's and don'ts.
Which they have to initial, I imagine?
They have to initial, yes. And we also recertify annually, and it is part of the recertification process annually to go over house rules.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you for the presentation. Most of my questions were answered in last presentation, but I have few. So thanks for sharing on the finance about 40%, 70%. Like, is it possible to give us some perspective of what income it will be? Like when you say 40%, is it like 50K or 70K per annum? Do you have some perspective number so that?
You have those? Dixie has a spreadsheet.
While she's digging that up, I got a quick question, sort of a yes, no. Are you familiar with and do you partner with the Contra Costa County Family Justice Center for some of the resident concerns that they may have? Are you familiar with the program?
I am not familiar.
Okay.
I would not be surprised if members of my team are, but I'm not personally.
Yeah, it would be something that I think your on-site resident managers should take a look at in case they
Can you
get.
repeat what it is?
It's the Family Justice Center.
We also,
The most local one is in Danville for South County, Contra Costa County. But they can handle a lot of resident concerns. It's a good resource.
yes. And we also have Narika and Rewire, who are, over 50%. The large majority of our population is South Asian, and they're very culturally sensitive. So I would definitely reach out to them.
That was
and
Rewire?
Rewire and Narika.
Narika, yeah.
Yeah.
Narika.
Yeah.
Dixie has the AMIs, income levels.
Okay, thank you, Cindy, so much for having my back. You asked for the range of the incomes.
Yes. Yeah.
Family of a family size of one, making 50% income could make up to 55,950. So I know that would include our grocery store employees, our library employees, our janitorial staff at hotels and stuff. And the up to one person household at 80%, 87,500. So it's a fairly large range. And then as there are more people in the house, there's more income. So it's a little challenging to qualify when there's a double income household. But as the units are larger, so is family sizes typically. So a 3-bedroom would typically house 2 + 1 per bedroom, so 5. You might see a 5-person household in a 3-bedroom, and their annual income would not be able to exceed 135,100. So that would welcome quite a number of our public employees to our community.
And that's based on the AMI, correct?
That's based on the AMI, and it changes annually as the data is published through HUD.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sounds good. My next question is, do you have any tenant counseling or, like if there's a situation like eviction or those kind of situations, do you have any counseling services for that or legal aid?
I'll turn that back over to them.
Thank you.
We don't have that internally, but our resident services organization will refer them to organizations that are for legal aid. So what we have internally is an eviction prevention program where we have taken the approach to say, keep California housed. We don't want to evict. It is our last resort. And through that work, what we really do is we have a pretty robust partnership between our property management and resident services department, where when someone is at risk of eviction, those two teams connect to see what can we do to help them maintain housing. Now, does it work all the time? No, it doesn't. Unfortunately, there are instances where families just cannot abide by the rules. They cannot abide by the regulations that we have to abide by, or other things. Maybe they can't pay their rent for an extended period of time, and then we can't absorb that loss of rent. But at the same time, again, what we will do is through our resident services and that joint partnership is, are there organizations out there that help pay for rent? Maybe it's, we oftentimes will, as a first resort, before we would send someone to eviction court, we would try to do a payment plan. Like if you owe $1,000, can you pay that over 18 months, for example, right? Like eviction is our last resort. Unless there's something like violence or something of that nature, we're not going to tolerate that. We have zero tolerance policy for that. But from a payments of rent, people are on hard times and things of that nature. We really want to work with our families and our households to see what we can do to help support them through that.
Sounds good. How about the process if someone want to get place at your place, right? So what is the process? Do they need to go to your online and submit paperwork? How it works?
Yeah, so typically through our lease ups, we have a lottery. It's jurisdictionally dictated, but if it's a straight tax credit property, we will likely have a lottery where our last lease up, by way of example, not the last 2 lease ups ago, we had 71 units. 20 or so of those, 28 of those were set aside for tax credit only units. The other units had various layers that required coordinated entry or referrals to come to us. But for those 28 units, we received 6,700 applications through online portal that was maintained through the city. It just goes to show and elevate the need for housing and housing crisis in Northern California and quite frankly throughout the country. But the typical process to your question is, if there is an online portal through the city, they have to apply through that portal. And then in an instance where we have thousands of people on that apply, we have to do a lottery. It's a random selection based on those applicants. And then we have to screen those applicants for meeting the income requirements and things of that nature.
Okay.
It's a quite long-winded process.
My last question, let's go to the slide 1.
Slide 1?
Yeah.
With my face on it? This one?
Not, I thought the slide 1 was the picture of the building.
Oh, this is us.
Yeah. So do you guys guarantee that our San Ramon Eden housing will be as beautiful as this?
If not better. Actually, I think this is it though. That's it. Yeah, this is the rendering.
Oh, this is a rendering?
Yeah.
That is beautiful.
I just want to say, with intention, we do not want anyone to differentiate our housing from market rate housing. Like it is, all the pictures that we've shown, those are our properties, and it is with intention. We want to incorporate into the community, so we want to look like the community. We want to serve the community as best we can, and so this is what you should expect to see, and it will be like that on day 1 of year 50.
Sounds good. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Now, does your situation with your ability to stay in the rental unit change with your increase in income? What happens if you, over the years, you substantially make more money? Is that something that you keep track of? And then if they no longer qualify, they have to go and you bring in somebody else that is, makes that kind of money?
Yes, and through the tax credit program, which is through the federal government, there is no requirement for us, or quite frankly, ability for us to evict someone if they go over income. However, there are other federal programs where if someone goes over income, we may not be able to evict, but we will have to raise their rent to 30% of their income. At times, depending on their income, that can be a pretty sizable increase, and that family, the household, will have to decide whether or not they want to stay and pay that rent or go move to market rate. The interesting piece around this is that although we build affordable housing, we are not in the missing middle. The missing middle is 80% to 120% AMI. That is one of the biggest challenges that we have as a society. We do our best job to build low income housing, but then when someone just, let's say they're $1 over, they don't qualify, right? So it's not like you have to be $100,000 over. It is $1 off, and we can't move them in. And for that person that's $1 off, they don't really have anywhere to go. Like there's not a missing middle that's being built quite frankly, in this country. And that is something we have to solve for. And I don't know this to be the case for sure, but that is perhaps is the reason why, from the tax credit standpoint, we're not obligated or allowed to evict them for going over income, because we're really talking about $1 over income in a lot of cases. Now, it's not always the case. What I will say, in our portfolio of our we have just under 11,000 units in operations that we manage right now. We own 11,000 units. I'm sorry, we manage about 10,000 of those units. I believe it's 45 households that are considered over 140% income. So we're not talking about the vast majority of our residents when we say this. But there is something that we have to monitor, and we have the data. We have to have the data because
I mean, do you get this like on a yearly basis?
Yes.
Okay.
Because we have to recertify every year.
Good to know. All right, thank you.
Mayor, I just have one question, one more, last one. You don't allow subleasing or assignments?
No,
Okay.
we will get in big trouble for that.
I figured somebody could game the system big time.
Yeah.
Okay.
We cannot allow that. And to that point, how do you police it? Well, we go on these units quite a bit. So one of maybe the downsides to the residents is that they're obligated to take part in unit inspection. So we personally inspect each unit twice a year. But then, depending on the financing that is associated with that property, those agencies also come to inspect. So, subletting we would find it, quite frankly. We may not find it day one, but before the next year's certification, we'll find it, because we're going to go in those units at least 2 more times.
Yeah. I figured. And I assume there's an occupancy.
There's occupancy standard.
Occupancy standards, yeah.
Right. You
Okay.
can't go above a certain amount per bedroom or under a certain amount per bedroom.
Yeah.
That's right.
Thank you, Donna.
Yep.
Okay, I just had one last question, and then we're going to open it up for public comment. And that question is, we have several affordable projects in the city. I'm aware of one situation where I was contacted, and it was basically a resident who had a complaint about another resident. And they were frustrated that the on-site manager really was more of a maintenance tech and really wasn't providing any assistance. And so that person was kind of left to call the mayor and see if the mayor could get involved in a resident-to-resident complaint. How do you resolve resident-to-resident issues?
Well,
with your
first and
resident?
foremost, you will have my contact information, so you can refer them to me directly. But also, it depends. It depends on what it is. If there's a noise complaint, we will investigate and take the appropriate action. Sometimes that is, we can verify that is accurate, and we would issue lease violations and things to try to correct the behavior. If that doesn't work, it may escalate to threats of eviction. But oftentimes, also, I just want to be mindful of the fact that as residents are aging, sometimes their complaints are not real. And we also investigate that and identify that. And then we partner with our services department to get those households or those seniors some supports. Because at times, I don't know whether or not it's on early onset of dementia or other things, but we have also found that some complaints are not real. So we're on both sides of the spectrum with that. But ultimately, we work to, again, keep our residents house, first and foremost, but also we need to embrace a sense of community. So if one resident, one household is being a nuisance to another household, again, we have our house rules where we sit down, counsel them and say, you know, these are the things you can do, you cannot do. We're receiving numerous complaints. We walk them through that process and we would expect a change in that behavior over time. Well, quite frankly, immediately, but you know, again, we're not going to evict if they don't. But now if it's violence, we're talking police at that point. Like we're not police. We are fortunate enough to not need on-site security at pretty much all of our properties. We have like 12 properties in our portfolio. We have like a ongoing courtesy patrol, unarmed, but that's really because of the neighborhood at large, not because of our properties. I personally have relationships with pretty much every chief of police in our portfolio, just in case if something is going on, we need to know about it. So.
And I just want to make one comment just to clear. The reality is that, you know, cheating the system or domestic violence, it doesn't have a socioeconomic number on it. So I think that's often a misconception, unfortunately.
I agree.
And I guess one more thing came to mind. In the presentation, I didn't hear about some of the other things that are provided in a typical facility. A gym, a place for pets, a community activity room, or a kitchen and things like that, place to gather and socialize or play cards, or you have all that.
All of the above. Sometimes we have libraries. For our senior properties, we pretty much always will have a library. We have a community, a computer room as well, because not all of our residents have a computer or laptop or iPad. So we actually offer a computer lab where they can, for free, they can go in and use it at their leisure.
Great. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. This time I'm going to open it up to public comments, and we may have some final comments at the end, but do we have any cards for this item?
We do not have any
None.
cards. None.
Okay. And I don't recall a written comment on this item either.
For this item, no.
Okay, then let me get it back to council for any final comments. I think it's been a very helpful presentation.
I just want to say thank you. Thank you for the work you do. You are saving lives every day, and just really appreciate you for the work you're doing here and beyond.
So, yeah, I go with the Council Member Rubio. Thank you very much for presentation and all the great work you do. Looking forward to get your regular updates on how it is progressing. So yeah, keep us council in your mind whenever you need any support or something. Don't hesitate, reach out to us. We'll be more than happy to support in this effort. Thank you.
All right, well then anyone else?
Only that it's such an important stage in your life when you finally got a place to live, especially in this beautiful area. It's such a special, having, you know, qualified in Palo Alto 40 years ago or so, when my wife and I were first married, and just getting into the housing market, so difficult, and you get it on the list and so on. But once you're there, it's just, you feel whole, you know, in many ways, that you have a place, and it's so important for not only young people, but for older people and others that need that assistance. So anyway, thank you for that, providing that.
Councilmember, I just have to add, Diana spoke about our move-in days. Expect an invite to come to this move-in day. We invite Congress members and the mayor to come experience it with us, help us hand out the key, and just see the emotional toll that it's going to take on you. I'm going to warn you, it is going to be special. I'll just say that it'll be special when someone receives the key and they're crying because just yesterday they were on the streets. It is the most profound experience that I've ever had in this industry. So we'll invite you all to it.
You can have food, right?
Yeah, we'll have some really good food. And whenever we do these, we always buy local. So we'll buy from a restaurant locally. So, yeah.
Awesome. All right, well, anyone else? Okay. Robert? No? No. Okay. All right, Dixie, thank you. Darnell, Diana, thank you for coming and for updating us. This information is very helpful, and appreciate you coming back. So look forward to seeing your project get funded and get vertical. So looking forward to it. All right. With that, we are going to move on to item 9.2. That is, we're going to be talking about a resolution establishing Sustainability Committee, dissolving the Climate Action Plan Task Force, the TAC and the OSAC. But let me just kind of start before I'll turn it over to the city manager to introduce the staff on this. But what we're going to hear tonight is it's a recommendation from the staff. It's not necessarily a position of the council. But it's a recommendation. We're going to hear about this. And we do want to hear from the public on this item. We want to give the public the opportunity to voice their concerns and their opinions. We also want to give the staff the opportunity to explain why this particular committee composition, why this set of committee mergers makes sense or is being recommended. And we'll have the opportunity to discuss that. I just want to first acknowledge, before we kind of get into the whole presentation, I want to recognize all the tremendous contributions of all of our committee members that have served on our committees in the past. They're all volunteers on all these different committees. They've stepped up to participate in these advisory bodies, and they've given their personal time to kind of make our city an even better place. But I also want to acknowledge the time and the effort that the staff puts in order to organize and coordinate and execute all the different meetings. There's quite a number of committees that we have, and I know that takes a lot of time with these advisory committees. And I say advisory committees and advisory bodies because that's what they are. They're not oversight bodies. I've heard that term used a little bit. They're not oversight bodies. They don't provide oversight to staff. They don't provide oversight to council or prioritize the staff workflow and that sort of thing. They're advisory bodies. So I am looking forward to discussion on tonight's item. We've received numerous inputs, both for and against the proposed action. So it's important that we hear from the public. It's important that we hear from the staff. And important that we hear from each other on how we want to proceed and go forward on this issue. So I personally have heard from several community members on this issue as once the agenda came out, and we have some of us as council members have had the opportunity to sit in as liaisons to many of the different committees, and we've seen firsthand the process and the discussion. So with that, let me give it over to the city manager if you want to kind of set it up for us and then turn it over to staff.
I was going to say pretty much what you just said, Mayor. So you stole a lot of my speech here, but I will add to it and emphasize that tonight this is a launching point for a discussion. Again, it is a recommendation from staff, and that we will go over this in the presentation, but I think it's important to note that this recommendation is also based, one of the reasons why we're here tonight, it is a council goal to review the subcommittees, in particular the advisory committees. We think that it is important to make sure that we define what the roles of advisory committees are. Some of our advisory committees, I know one that I was also the primary staff on, was created before I was in high school, and I consider myself a little on the old side now. So some of these committees have been around for a long time. They have been modified or not. So we have identified over the last couple of years that some of the committees, either charges need to be addressed and clarified, or some of the charges should be removed because basically the committees are no longer performing those functions. I do have the background, as I mentioned, the committees that we're speaking about tonight and some of our committees that we've addressed in the past, I've either been the lead staff for in my career throughout the city or have staffed the committees. And there are some recurring themes with some of the challenges that we do see with the advisory committees.
And we want to make sure that everybody gets a meaningful experience out of volunteering on a committee and make sure that the committees are achieving the goals through the direction of the council. So we do have a number of slides. Our Deputy City Manager, Christina Franco, will go through those slides now, and we'll be sure to refer to them throughout the discussion this evening. But again, this is the launch for this phase, but it has been ongoing for about 2 years of analyzing our committees and their role in the city. So with that, I'll turn it over to Christina Franco.
All right,
Thank you. So tonight for my presentation, I'm going to first start by kind of taking it a step back and just giving a brief overview of what an advisory committee, what their role and purpose is in supporting the council's goals and objectives. And then from there, I'll go into the new advisory committee and the different options the council has tonight for discussion. So just a basic what the advisory body is, it's a group of residents that are appointed by the city council, and they provide input to the council or staff on a specific topic or topics. They're non-decision making. They do not set policy or approve projects. They're there for recommendation. They accomplish council directed goals and objectives. That's one of the key areas we want to focus on, is that an advisory body is really here to provide technical or different community perspectives on a specific subject matter for the city council. Some key characteristics is that they are governed by bylaws and the Brown Act, as well as a charge that the city council has developed. They do meet regularly to review and discuss relevant topics that are within their charge and purview. And then they'll submit recommendations to the council or staff, but they do not direct staff or make binding decisions. Why do advisory bodies matter? So they do help council understand the community priorities, just hearing from a broader base voices in the community of different areas. They offer technical or lived experience. A lot of the committees will have under their membership, they'll say, you know, they have to have expertise in X, Y, and Z, and then that provides that experience or lived technical experience to their recommendation. It also creates a forum for public engagement outside of a city council meeting. There are other meetings that the public can attend and engage in, or different community events. And then building trust in the decision-making process as more people are involved in the process and involved in the public comment period, it just brings the community together in the different topics that are before them. So the advisory bodies, again, they recommend, they don't decide, they inform, but they don't implement. And they support the council or staff, but they're not there to supersede the council, as the council is essentially the proverbial at the top of the pyramid, and then the advisory bodies would be giving the information up to the council. And then, of course, the final decision rests with the city council or the city manager as delegated. Evolving with council needs. This is one of the areas that we've been trying to address for the past 2 years, as a lot of the advisory bodies have been in effect for years, some as old as the city, and we've never really taken a look at those goals and objectives to see if they still are in line with the council needs. So of course, advisory bodies should always reflect the current priorities as goals or objective shifts. So should the committee focus areas, as well as potential membership expertise, or should the membership get bigger or smaller? And of course, work plans. And then it is a partnership model. For advisory bodies, they are partners. They're not parallel bodies to the city council or to the commissions. Their success really depends on clear expectations from the city council, ongoing communication both ways from both the committee and the council, and then of course always mutual respect between council staff and the members of the committee. So with just a brief overview, let's go ahead and shift gears to why we're here tonight, and that is, or more importantly, where are we going next? So the Climate Action Task Force was established back in January of 2024 by the City Council with two purposes specifically for working with staff to garner input and updating the Climate Action Plan, as well as drafting a proposed charter for a permanent environmental advisory committee. So the outcome of the Climate Action Task Force, they did submit their final recommendation for the structure and purpose of a regular standing advisory committee or I guess it's November, so 2 months ago, in September of 2025. And their charge that they came up with was the committee should be advisory to the council and not city staff. The charge of the committee shall include the following, which is provide guidance as needed to staff on implementation of work plan items and related climate-based programs for the adopted CAP, as well as subsequent updates to the CAP. And then based on council direction and available resources, provide guidance to staff on existing and future environmental and sustainability topics. So from there, now that the CAP has provided a recommendation for the standing committee, staff also wanted to take this opportunity to provide a recommendation in line with council's goals, specifically goal 3, objective 1 and 3, to provide cost-effective and responsive services to sustain quality of life. These are the goals and objectives that the City Council did adopt this previous year, February, I believe, of 2025. So with the recommendation from the CAP, as well as now the recommendation from staff, we are recommending a proposed sustainability advisory committee of the Climate Action Task Force charge, the two that I just read off, as well as combining 2 open space advisory as well as a transportation advisory committee. And from there, their scope would be the climate action guidance, transportation review and recommendations, general plan and policy review, the bicycle and active transportation implementation, open space preservation activities, and of course, community engagement. Right now, we're proposing the structure, and again, this is a recommendation up for City Council discussion. Is 5 at-large members as well as 2 alternates. I know that the CAP Task Force did have a lengthy discussion of the at-large members in the sense of when you put parameters around certain positions, it can be very challenging to recruit for those positions if we don't get someone that has a specific background. That seat could essentially sit vacant. So that was something that was into consideration. And in the bylaws, we did mention that the committee members may have technical experience in specific industries such as air quality, water quality, construction, energy, transportation, transit, open space, and so on. And as well as they can have experience being involved in a nonprofit or a Santa Rosa business or a member of the chamber. We are proposing a 4-year staggered term based on 2 years can somewhat be challenging as far as turnover goes. With 4 years, we really think that the committee members are able to establish that base level knowledge and then be able to provide more input as they sit on the committee for a longer duration of time. And then, of course, we're proposing minimum quarterly meetings. Of course, they can meet as often as needed or as the chair or city council has directed. But that's just they just need to meet a minimum of 4 times a year. Always more than that, but we wanted to put that minimum so their work product, at least we have a target going forward.
And we've experienced in charges that have a minimum of monthly meetings. Should the committee, decide that they don't need to meet for a month or 2 if they're waiting on a work product from city staff, then that triggers multiple notices of meeting cancellations. We do start getting questions, okay, why was this canceled? What's going on? I would anticipate any new committee like this would be meeting once a month for at least the first year. Also, depending on the structure of the committee, if one of the goals is to have enough duties under that committee to meet monthly, because we often find that sometimes we are scheduling presentation items just so we have a meeting. And we have received feedback from some committee members, not necessarily the any of the committees discussed this evening, but hey, we don't want to meet just to say we had a meeting in the month. We want it to be productive. So that's why we're proposing that the, again, keyword minimum quarterly meetings would be in the charge. So that would provide flexibility.
This new advisory committee would provide guidance on the CAP work plan and programs, transportation and mobility strategies, as well as open space preservation strategies. And by doing so, they would review on the general plan elements, the bicycle master plan, as well as transportation, regional transportation plans. Something new that we proposed in the bylaws is an annual required activities. We've never really done this before in our bylaws, but this year, or this committee, we decided to add this in there, and it's just providing required activities to keep the committee visible and engaged in the public, as well as just creates more opportunities for public participation. And those community would be, you know, the trail, hike, and walk in coordination with staff, host at least one public hike, walk. A park or trail cleanup in coordination with staff as well, organize at least one community cleanup within San Ramon. Participate in the Street Smarts bike rodeos or other bike activities that the events we already have. So just being volunteers or participants in those. And of course, the bike master plan oversight, which the Transportation Advisory Committee, that task would get absorbed into this, as well as the oversight and review. And then we're also recommending for partnership opportunities or exploration as part of the open space opportunities that the committee would create a memo each year identifying partnership leads or sustainable activities or projects to the city council. And then, of course, their annual review, which is that they would prepare and submit their annual review summarizing the year's activities and events that they were able to accomplish or working on for the next year. So we're integrating the existing committees into a unified sustainability advisory committee. We are proposing for it to be consolidated into a single committee. This integration does align with the city council priorities into one committee, avoiding the reduction of services in other program areas. It reflects the interconnected nature of climate, mobility, and open space, and then enhances collaboration, strategic alignment, and of course, streamlines the public engagement and staff support. It's important to emphasize that while we're consolidating the individual committees, their core missions and valuable contributions will still continue under this new committee. We're not getting rid of what open space and transportation does. We're just putting it into one committee that would be that would amplify the work in which they do. So we can position San Ramon to proactively address climate, mobility, open space in a unified and coordinated way.
And one item to note on this slide, Mayor and members of the council, and I might ask our finance director to plug her ears at this point, but I do want to point out under the first bullet point under aligning city council priorities into one committee, we are not proposing this purely as a cost savings measure. In fact, the city, I could phrase it as the city can afford whatever the council wants to do. It's a matter of what drops off with what you add. So we tried to summarize this in this slide, but as we heard in our presentation for the finance director at the last meeting, there are trade-offs. So we're not looking at this as necessarily a cost savings solely maneuver. It's more of okay, we would avoid dropping services in another area, if that makes sense, because it might not necessarily be a dollar cost, but it could be staff effort or focus in other areas. because I believe one of the things that we are trying to improve on as a city for many years, and we still hold this attitude, staff has always been can do, yes. Whatever you say, yes, yes, yes. We'll add, we'll add, we'll add. But we never, as a city, focused on, okay, what's dropping off? Things just kind of silently went away, or, oh, we're just not going to focus on this. And then we would get comments, well, what happened to X, Y, and Z? We used to do this, we don't do it anymore. Because we never had that tough conversation at this level of, okay, what needs to drop if we add? And I believe that's one of the major lessons that we learned from the fiscal crisis that we just realized, that we need to take a look at everything and see what are the trade-offs.
And so tonight for council direction, we did come up with 4 different options for the council to consider and discuss. Option A would be approving Resolution 2025-112 as it was provided in the council packet. Option B would be approving the resolution but with amendments. Option C, provide direction and schedule future meetings for further discussion. Or option D, take no action and maintain the current committee structure.
So basically, this slide summarizes everything is on the table, even the name. If sustainability isn't a good name and the council would like to propose something else, there are no deadlines associated with this task. It's many, if not, I believe everything is under the council purview to change, to provide direction on. And that's what we're here for tonight. Staff would like some clarity and some direction. And depending on the council decision, we may ask for additional direction on how to proceed from here on out.
Okay. All right, very good. Well, thank you to the city manager. Thank you, Christina, for the presentation, for teeing it up. And at this point, I think we want to entertain questions from the council, and then we'll open it up for public comment, and then we'll figure out how to go forward. I want to start with a couple of questions myself. If we were to approve the resolution tonight and do what's being recommended, is there any anticipated timeline for the transition and for the recruitment of the new committee members? I mean, we've got existing committee members on TAC and OSAC. We've got Climate Action Plan Task Force people. We're going to dissolve basically all that, create something new, but we're going to have to figure out who's going to be on that committee. What's sort of the timeline to do that? And then I guess the second part of that is what happens to all the tasks that are ongoing that some of these committees are doing? Transportation Committee, they'll look at traffic calming requests. We've got the CCTA has got their countywide transportation plan that's under review right now. Different trail hikes that the Open Space Committee organizes, and other open space issues, the review of the bicycle master plan. What happens to all this as we, make an announcement and start doing interviews and things like that? Where are we going if this goes forward?
So I'll take that one, Mayor. Our proposal would be to continue all committees as normal until the new committee is formed and seated. There's nothing, unless I feel the city attorney needs to chime in here, but I believe there's nothing that would require us to fold one committee before spinning the other committee up. Regarding Bike Master Plan, I believe the Transportation Advisory Committee has already reviewed and provide comments. So that's not on the agenda for the foreseeable future. They can continue to hear traffic calming requests. The countywide transportation plan can still be reviewed. Regarding open space, we would ask for direction tonight because we do need clarification on their charge. So we would ask for direction from the council. Okay, do you still want to see them working on trail hikes, although it's the winter? So those go into hiatus until spring. They turn from trail hikes to trail trying to recover your shoe from the mud activities. I've experienced that a couple of times. And community outreach issues. That can continue if there are opportunities until we have the seats filled. For timing, I would refer to our former city clerk, current deputy city manager that would normally cover recruitments, but we would start with advertisements as soon as possible. Christina, do you have an estimated time?
With the holidays coming up, I definitely think we could get recruitment out and potentially have a committee seated by February. It really would just depend on the availability of the city council and conducting interviews. But we do recruitment. We can get recruitment out really anytime. I would probably close it after the holidays sometime in January, hold the interviews in January with recruitment or with appointments starting as early as February.
All right, thank you. Next question was, I think I heard you say, Stephen, that there's no specific deadline to make all this happen. So so there's nothing that requires us to approve a resolution this evening, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When we approved the climate action plan a few months ago, there was one of the implementation measures, implementation measure 2A, that was the establishment of a sustainability coordinator. And we all thought that that was okay. I mean, it was in the climate action plan that we approved. But we, as I recall, we kicked the can down the road on that one and said, we're going to wait until the mid-year review to kind of take a look at the budget and see if we can be able to, I guess, afford, if that the timing was right, that we could hire a new person or reassign some duties and things like that for a sustainability coordinator. Where are we with that? And is that still the current game plan? And are we going to make a decision on that, at the mid-year budget review?
That would be based on staff's proposal for staffing at mid-year. Right now, until we have some certainty on what roles and responsibilities are going to go where, I would hold off on any hiring decision. Now, I'd also like to define what hiring decision may or may not mean. It could mean a new position. I am looking at existing staffing in two forms. One, either existing staff covering that position because we may have capacity, or two, if we have vacant FTEs that can be reassigned so we don't add a new position if we can avoid it. It's still, to summarize that kind of rambling answer, it's still very fluid, and there are a lot of options on the table to cover those duties.
Okay. All right. Next question, and it's probably, I'll turn this over to you as well, city manager. What commission or department or, or part of the city staff would provide kind of the staff oversight or secretarial duties and things like that? Where would a sustainability committee reside? In the past, we've had committees that have kind of funneled through Parks Commission or through Planning Commission and things like that. Where would a sustainability committee reside?
Well, I think there's two parts to that question. What department would handle the administrative duties, help run the meetings, coordinate development of staff reports? That would be a decision on city administration side. And if it were approved under this form tonight, that would more than likely be the Public Works Department, due to the solid waste, clean water, transportation, all are housed under that department. Also, I'd like to note, the climate action plan notes that one of the largest generators of pollutants in San Ramon are vehicles and miles traveled, and that is the transportation department purview with also traffic engineering. So from a administration side, it would be there. Now, in terms of, if I understand the question correctly, residing under another body.
Well, yeah, not necessarily under, but for example,
transportation is appointed by the Planning Commission.
Library Advisory Committee is kind of working with the Parks Department, or the Senior Advisory with the Parks, and and things like that. Arts Advisory Committee, it's kind of parks, there's a Natural Parks Commission association there.
Yeah, so I think primarily through the Public Works Department, but this committee basically would involve every department in the city. So they'd be coordinating, but it would be a coordinated effort because there are so many angles, to transportation, open space, climate action. It really is a citywide issue. That was the original thought behind a sustainability coordinator, is somebody that can literally coordinate all those activities, help with the report outs, help with our reporting requirements with the CAP. So it would be primarily under Public Works, but all cities would contribute. They wouldn't be solely responsible for staff reports.
Okay. All right. And then I heard in the presentation, I think, Christina, you mentioned that the Climate Action Plan Task Force last met on September 18th, came up with what they thought the charges were, or what what they were going to recommend. Has the Transportation Advisory Committee or the Open Space Advisory Committee had a similar discussion on, before we got to this point tonight, on what their duties and responsibilities may evolve to, or should they change, or have they had the same opportunity to review their charge and their charter and bylaws?
Not into that detail. They were informed that the city council would be looking at the overview of all boards, committee, and commissions as just part of the streamlining the process. But those committees individually, I believe, have not been given that opportunity.
And Mayor, if I can add, typically we don't do that with committees. Just historically as a city, with the structure of council providing direction on what they need, staff implementing that direction, and reviewing it with the committees, it's more of a council to staff to committee structure, not committee saying, we believe we should do this, up to council. It can be that way. It's, again, everything's under the purview of the council. If we're directed to do so, we can do that. We have done it for some committees in the past where we've had discussion about what do they see their role, but that's usually the last ditch effort before sunsetting a committee. Because quite frankly, nobody could come up with, okay, here's why we would need to meet monthly, quarterly, or even annually. And again, I've had the experience of going through that. It's not comfortable. It's not a great conversation to have, because the feedback that we were getting at the time is, I'd love to volunteer in the community. I'm interested in this issue, but we feel like we're not really accomplishing anything. And it puts staff in a very awkward position, because then it's, okay, staff, make this committee valuable to the participants. And what you will see is people will sign up thinking the committee is a certain experience. They don't have that. And then unfortunately, they just either they don't renew, and then they don't appoint for other committees, or they just, kind of, give up. I mean, there's no other way to put it. So,
yeah, I just think that the challenge that I'm wrestling with on this is that, you've got members of these committees, the TAC and the OSAC, that have been serving. They've had some canceled meetings.
Yeah.
But now that they know that the committee is potentially, on the chopping block for dissolution or dissolving it, it might be important for us to hear what their perspective is on this proposal. I mean, we'll hear it in public comment tonight, I'm sure. But more than that, I would hope that the committee would actually have a sit down where they can talk about these things and really review, are we meeting what the council wants us to do? And have we gone kind of a field to the left or right, and we need to kind of recenter what we're doing and that sort of thing. So,
and Mayor, I think that's another conversation, that because the key to that statement is what the council wants us to do. And some of these charges were created, like I mentioned, in 1987. And there's some remnants of those charges still in the TAC. I know the open space charge was created in 2014-ish, around there. And I think the definitions in the charge have morphed in some people's opinions. And it may not be, we would need clarification from the council as to, okay, exactly what does this mean?
Yeah, and without kind of just you and I getting in a discussion on
Right.
it, I mean, my point on this is that it would be good for me to hear from committees as to, okay, if their charge is 20 years old and they don't really, they've already kind of completed a lot of this stuff, I'd love to hear from them as the subject matter experts who have been doing this for a while.
Right.
What's their recommendation to us as to what we ought to be telling them, if you will? I know it sounds a little bit backwards, but we're looking to them as the subject matter experts. And we can definitely just we as a council can come up with something, but we have people who have been doing this, and I think their input would be important. But
Right.
I'll leave that for now. And then I guess the last thing I'd ask, is there anything that prevents the city from bringing these existing committees back together again to get them, provide some feedback that would input maybe a future workshop or something like that, where we can maybe study this in a little bit more detail and make sure we're doing it right. And we've had the opportunity to kind of fully study this before we move forward. And if that's a possibility, then what do we do about some of the committee members whose terms have expired?
Right.
And would we be able to extend their terms in order to go meet again and come back and come back to us with a recommendation for a workshop to figure out how we're going to go forward in the future?
Yeah, there is nothing that prevents the city from bringing the existing committees together to provide feedback. So if we receive direction from the council to do so, we'll schedule it at the earliest opportunities. Regarding some of the expired terms, if I recall correctly, most, if not all, the bylaws state that if there's an expired term, that person continues to serve until a new appointment is made. So technically, if we do have expired terms, they're still full members of the committee.
Okay. All right. Okay. That's all the questions I want to start with. And now let's kind of go around the horn here and see who would like to start with questions.
I have a couple of questions. Just kind of going back to the question the mayor asked about, getting feedback from the committees. When's the last time the Transportation Committee met and the last time the Open Space Committee met, and why were those meetings canceled?
Right.
And please, if you can, if possible, I think it's important to, if it's a lack of agenda items, can you expound on that such that what was the item? Why was it insufficient?
Yeah, I'll start with, I know they're looking up the TAC answer right now. I know, as we stated in the staff report, TAC had 20 canceled meetings in the last 2 years due to lack of items. The last meeting, I'll let Christina, when she gets that answer, chime in on that one. I believe the Open Space Committee was, I'm looking at Brad here, or the chair.
June
Was in June.
for open space.
The answer to, well, we'll wait for the TAC answer and why that was canceled. But the June open space meetings, there were actually several reasons that we delayed the open space committee meetings. First, we did, and it's not any one particular reason, it's a combination of multiple reasons. One, we were transitioning staff in July and a little bit of August as well. That's not a sole reason, but a contributing factor. Also, we have 3 vacancies and technically a 4th because we still need an appointment from the Planning Commission. We had multiple vacancies, and knowing this item was coming up with the potential to merge duties, we felt like delaying the vacancy appointments until a decision was made was the prudent choice at the time. There were no items that had specific deadlines that were required by law or anything that we would be penalized for missing. I do want to mention, and I want to make sure that this is clear. And I'll speak in the first person on this one. I did not anticipate that it would take this long for us to get this item to the council, and there are several reasons behind that. I thought that we would have the charge, and this is not blaming any one person other than myself and my assumptions. I anticipated that we would have the draft charge for the CAP committee far sooner than we did. And I also did not anticipate that it would take this long to get to the council. So the delay in the open space committee meetings went on far longer than I anticipated. So if that has caused any kind of discomfort or controversy, that decision lies on me, and I want to make sure that I acknowledge that. But we are here tonight, and we are looking forward to getting direction to move forward. But those are the kind of the several reasons behind that. Do we have the TAC?
The last time the TAC met was September 18th, and prior to that was April of 2025 as well as January. So they've met 3 times this year.
And the 18th meeting, was that the bike master plan?
Yes, it
review?
was, as well as an update on the traffic calming program.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, that was, yes, but I sort of, I guess like what I also wanted to better understand when, in saying there was a lack of agenda items, and more specifically, I would say this is more towards the open space, because the open space is the one that was canceled, had 5 meetings canceled recently. And I just feel that it's important for us to explain why 5 consecutive meetings were canceled. And if it was a lack of agenda items, what agenda items were brought before the open space? Like, what did they bring to the staff to agendize, and why was it insufficient?
We do have staff here for the open space committee, our park staff. I don't have specifics on every agenda item prior to the cancellation, but I do know, and feedback that we received from members, there was a lot of discussion about mapping. And again, correct me if I'm wrong, and Brad, I don't know if I'm characterizing this correctly, but that's one of the items that we would like clarified tonight, because staff is spending more and more time on mapping projects that may or may not meet the original intent of the charge. And so we've received feedback and comments of, okay, some of the meetings would go 2.5 hours long, and members would feel, okay, what did we do for that meeting? So it's not as cut and dry as, there's some nuance to it as well, because we have received feedback of frustrations that things were being discussed ad nauseum, and to a point where people weren't feeling like they were accomplishing a lot. So.
Okay. So my second question is, there was a mention of a coordinator, that we were considering a coordinator. How much would it cost annually to hire that, to fill that position?
If we were to hire, in general, you could say, an average employee is around $200K a year, fully loaded benefits. It depends on the level, and it depends on the duties. So right now, I don't have enough direction to make that determination. But it could be within that range if we were to hire a brand new FTE, and government speak, FTE is full-time equivalent. That means one full-time person. So it's around 200 to 250 depending.
Okay, and then, and I believe from a prior meeting, and if that number needs to be corrected, please feel free to do so. From a prior meeting, when we were initially exploring the consideration of forming this, the Sustainability Advisory Committee, I believe the estimate we got was 20,000 a year. Is that correct?
That was correct in regards to it being the prior estimate. I believe that needs to be updated because that was several years ago. What we put in the staff report is running the meeting is about 300 to 400 hours a year. But I want to be clear, that is related to administering the actual meeting. So posting agendas, staffing the meeting, whatever involves with that, the actual running of the meeting. Now, where we run into a bit of difficulty is depending on the charge and the direction that we receive from council, the items that staff needs to prepare for that meeting is a completely different cost than that estimate. So want to make sure that's clear that it's just physically running the meeting. And that's one of the issues that we do have is that items that are asked of staff in these meetings, if it is generating new work, in particular that we did not budget for. So if an advisory body, for example, begins to direct staff, we want you to do X, Y, and Z, that becomes problematic because we may not have necessarily budgeted for that level of work. And that's where you start getting a little bit of conflict because now we need to shift, we need to figure out how to make things work, where really it should be part of the charge from the council that we have accounted for in our budget process, not something that a committee might suggest, hey, we want you to look into this or apply for this or purchase that in September of the fiscal year. That's out of the budget. And as we outlined in the current structure, how the flow of work from council to staff to advisory bodies occurs, that is all through our normal budget process, our public hearings. When you start making decisions and providing direction at the advisory level, that creates a lot of issues. We want to accomplish what the committees are asking us to do, but I think, and I'm not, I would characterize it as sometimes, committee members might say this would be great to have X, Y, and Z, but not fully understand the resources of the work that goes behind it.
Sure. And the thing is that we have, research clearly shows that obviously when we make good investment to sustainable efforts, it actually has a net positive gain. We actually save, we don't spend more. So I think that, and I don't suspect that this advisory committee would cost, maybe initially upfront getting organized might cost a little more, but not, I don't think it would be more than $250,000 worth of cost. And so I think that, and then we are, I can go into the discussion later, but Mike, thank you for answering my question. The other committees, I think when you gave me the 20,000, that was based on what other committees cost approximately. So even if we double it, say 40,000, I mean, just for the sake of discussion, it would still be far less expensive. So
I would like to note under this model, we wouldn't anticipate any additional cost for running a meeting because we'd be merging two existing meetings.
Exactly.
Again, retaining all the duties, but merging the committees into one.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Whether it's even one or two, but what my point is that there's still, we're not adding costs per se. And I think that the other thing is, the Climate Action Task Force, the charge they had from January 23rd, 2024, all the way through now, almost 2 years later, that discussion has been very transparent as far as what the issues were about, what they were planning for. And if anybody had questions about it, or they, I think it's kind of not, it's a little disingenuous to say that there was no way of knowing, because those meetings were completely public. And so there's, I think that needs to be noted as well. Let's see. But I think those are my questions. I'll save the rest for the discussion. Thank you so much.
All right.
Yeah,
Councilmember-
I had a question. Thank you, Christina, for the presentation. On one of the slides, you had a comment, which I agree with, which was create a forum for public engagement. And I'm just curious, how would the consolidation itself advance that strategic goal? Or if you could answer to that, or.
Yeah, that's, it would provide, we believe that there would be enough duties under a combined committee to have those regular meetings, to avoid the cancellations, to avoid delays. It would provide the public with a regular meeting to participate and voice any concerns. With the transportation advisory, if there's a lack of item to meet, it cancel for 3 months. That's 3 months of potential public comment that is not being heard. And, you could have committees to meet just to hold public comment and nothing else. However, that leads back to the members wanting to feel like they're being productive. So I have never encountered a advisory committee that has said we have too much to do. Usually they have, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if I heard chuckles from the audience, but there might be, I don't know, the senior advisory committee could be saying, don't give us anything else. We have too much to do, but it would be, I'd rather err on the side of having to scale things back than to try to create, for lack of a better term, busy work, just to keep people meeting every month.
I see.
So also, and this might be, I don't know if this is where you're leading with the question. One of the items that we did highlight is there is a potential for overlap. The Climate Action Plan does address open space and transportation issues. If we do have separate committees, both addressing open space issues, you could have the potential for either conflicting opinions, or if somebody wants to discuss open space, do they go to a sustainability committee under the Climate Action Plan, or do they go to the open space committee? And same thing with transportation. And I want to be clear, transportation issues is not traffic. So the majority of the traffic issues in the city, I know that was a comment, are handled by the engineering, our traffic engineers. So the Transportation Advisory Committee does not oversee development. So they don't review congestion issues related to development or comment on development plans. That is all through the Planning Commission. So we want to make sure that it's also clear to the public, okay, if I have a transportation issue, which committee do I go to?
Okay. And thank you. Was that it?
Yes.
Oh, I wanted
sorry.
to add, no problem. I do anticipate public comment on this, but I'd love to hear from the public when they come up to the lectern. What do you believe would be marginalized by consolidating these committees? Because I'd love to hear. There were some good comments that were made in the emails, and thank you for submitting your comments in the email. One of them really stuck with me, which was, the city's going through transition, I would say, related to housing, related to a lot more urbanization. So would really like to hear your thoughts up here, and please don't come up here and just say no, vote no. I get it. But I really would love to learn, and if you could share what you're thinking, that'd be very helpful. So and because this is also an idea for us to either, how do we make it better? This is not it shouldn't be a binary answer, right? Yes or no. But if you could guide us and help us, that would be helpful, and I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me,
I
get
just
back
had
to
a piggyback question, but that's okay.
yeah, I'll get back to you. Richard?
Yeah, I like the direction that the mayor went initially asking, what the whole committee thinks about this idea. I mean, there are people on the committee that you hear about more often, but, I kind of, when you have a committee that's been around for 12 years or whatever, and you suddenly want to put it under kind of an oversight, advisory committee, I just want to know, were they not having enough to do? I mean, could they meet quarterly? Is what their task, with open space, when you're trying to acquire possible land and so on, these are kind of specialized tasks. I just want to make sure that it'd be nice to talk to the committee and just find out, what do they think? Because it's a big step here, and I don't want to just push it through without having the information I need to feel confident that we're making the right decision. So,
Sure. And if the council directs us to find a forum where we can get feedback from the committees and provide it to council, absolutely. I do want to share, though, that we have been receiving comments from some committee members and attendees that they should go quarterly, like you're saying. In my experience with committees, when you start to go quarterly, that is a sign of, hey, we have capacity to either do more, or they're starting to need more direction on their charge. So to me, again, I have served on advisory committees in my community. I know what it's like. I really do feel for everybody that participates, and I want them to have a productive, positive experience. I start to see signs that are concerning, that you're going down a path of needing additional attention. So we have had that suggestion of quarterly, and then you have the option of, okay, if you're meeting quarterly about this one issue, can the same committee meet quarterly about another issue? That's, again, 100% under the purview of the council. This is, I want to remind everybody, this is a staff recommendation. We don't advocate for anything. It's whatever the council directs. So if some of my comments are coming across as advocating, it's just my experience with the city. I want to make sure that that's perfectly clear.
and I heard back from the public more than probably any other issue recently about this open space, and it's who we are as a city over time and how that's evolved, and we take pride in our hills, and I just want to make sure that we are doing the right thing here, and that we are not putting it under, maybe, I just want the right decisions made based on the information that we have, and if we don't need it to be its own separate committee, then okay, but I'm not quite there yet, so I'd like to hear more about it. But thank you.
All right, Vice Mayor Rose.
Okay, first of all, thanks staff for taking council request and working towards consolidating and cleaning up any committees that we were looking for. I know in the past we did drop Economic Development Advisory Committee, we did drop Information Technology Advisory Committee, we did do those things. And now coming to this, I have a question, especially before my question, I would like to mention that our San Ramon open space system includes like open space, habitat areas, and our trails. And San Ramon is the core identity of the San Ramon is our core community value is always considered as our open space, right? So that's, and also our open space committee continuously work with external partners like Save Mount Diablo. They work with East Bay Parks. They work with local conservation advocates. Especially that helps us big time with getting expertise in our land conservation, right? And then we do get ability for regional collaboration. And also we get access to resources, funding. We do get a lot of, I still remember going to some of those hikes with Open Space Committee where I really wanted to expand those programs further for our community. So those are the things that we definitely receive from this open space committee, especially. So I'm just thinking, how will this committee collaborate with these regional partners, like say Mount Diablo or East Bay Parks or Contra Costa County? How it is going to work to meet our sustainable goals?
Yeah, under this proposal, we're not proposing to eliminate any of the duties or the charges. This can still continue under a consolidated model. So that's one item that, you know, we wanted to make sure perfectly clear. It is not removing anything from any of the committees. It is consolidating.
Okay, so in that case, if we are getting 5 at-large members, right? So in that case, are we going to keep the representative from, say, Mount Diablo or someone from those as part of that 5-member, or they're going to be separate member?
If the council chooses to do so, you can have an NGO representative on this committee. So, and if the council wants to specify a particular group, I don't think if it's a representative from another governmental agency, the council can just appoint that. Yeah, so that's on the table as well. I wouldn't recommend this. You could have 22 people on a committee. It really is, you know, that's a bit of a ridiculous example because that would be unwieldy for several reasons, but the council has complete purview to do whatever they like with their advisory committees.
Okay, so we can go to, instead of 5, we can go to 7 and then add NGO into that or someone.
Yeah.
So we can look into that aspect also, right? Okay. And one more thing is the expertise fields, right? What we expect is, for example, whenever we communicate with our open space, the enthusiasm as well as the knowledge base that they have about our open space is phenomenal. It's we are very blessed to have such a amazing group, right? So is it, if we combine all this, do we have any actually I have a concern about, is it possible that we dilute that expertise skills and then we may end up with someone not knowing any of those expertise skills and then we end up messing up with our quality of open space?
Well, that would be a council consideration and open to the council. If you want to have a specific number of participants with a specific skill set, you mentioned the Information Technology Committee. That can cause some struggles with filling a committee if you specialize it. The flip side is you can also appoint residents who have an interest or a passion, and we work on educating them with the subject material. So again, it's completely up to the purview. You can say, you know, I want somebody who knows how to program C++. That's a requirement. That's, you know, perfectly under the purview of the council. Or you can say, I want somebody, well, that wouldn't have been a good example, but with other skills that go down to a very detailed level, or it's just leave it open and based on the applicant pool under, you know, through the interviews, you could identify, hey, we have, you know, an open space expert, we have somebody who's in transportation, we have somebody who knows clean water, and then somebody comes along that's an expert in solar technology that the council feels, you know, interviewed well. Okay, well, they would contribute to the group in this unique manner. Again, completely up to the council. I do want to mention another point, another bit of a personal story with the Information Technology Advisory Committee. I was tasked with spinning that group up. We, you know, formed a charge. It was adopted and spent 2.5 years rotating through multiple members, trying to figure out, okay, what exactly can this group do? And sometimes when you are under the government structure of, you know, how we're funded, what we can and cannot do, you know, security issues, it really limits the group. So, you know, we want to make sure that we're thoughtful in how groups are formed and make sure we set them up for success. And sometimes, you know, with particular groups, it's better if they go outside and organize outside the city, and we're participants and supporters, like the San Ramon Diversity Coalition or this AI Foundry thing that was started up. You know, for a city to take charge in certain efforts, the legal requirements and the governmental red tape really get in the way.
Yeah, definitely. As I have experience with both San Ramon Valley Diversity Coalition.
That's why I said
As a
and
founding member as well as the founding member
I
of
may have
AI
used those
Foundry,
examples on purpose,
It
but
makes huge difference, definitely because of you don't need to adhere with the Brown Act policies and all that. Then also you can navigate as well as it's pretty agile way method of moving things and getting things done. I understand that. That's now we were touching base about the quarterly meetings, right? So for example, we do have library committee meeting because I used to be liaison on that one. So compared to this open space committee, how is the library committee is going on with the 3 months or quarterly meetings?
the library
committee meeting.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I guess it's going well. I'm seeing head nods from staff. So
Brad is representing that one.
well,
Okay.
I'll judge by the head nods from staff and the lack of complaints that
Lack
are
of
reaching my
complaints.
desk.
So library committee has met quarterly for at least 10 to 15 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
The senior advisory went from monthly to quarterly within this past year. But library has been quarterly for a very long time.
Oh, okay. So is there a way to find out if we switch from monthly to quarterly, how much staff time can be saved? Is there a way to find out?
Yeah, we can provide that estimate. Again, that's it's staff time related to conducting the meetings, posting the agendas. However, then the items that come up in the meeting can vary wildly depending on the scope of the task, and that's the challenge that we have with some of the committees.
So we may be getting the similar thing from sustainable committee, right? If it's not going to stop in any way. So yeah, so that's pretty much my questions. Thank you.
Okay,
Can I ask?
got to redirect. Go ahead.
Sorry. So I just wanted to say, it kind of piggybacking from Councilmember Schweinet's earlier question. Just to clarify for the public, because I think there was a little bit of a misunderstanding that they thought they were going to meet only quarterly. But clearly, as they get up and running, that's going to require probably more like a monthly meeting, and they can increase their frequency with which they meet by a simple majority of their committee, right? They just vote for it and say, we'd like to meet next month instead of waiting 2 more months, 3 months, you know?
Yes, that's just one of the items. We didn't go over all of the changes that in detail with the charges to allow for flexibility. So we're also using this as a launching for a model of what charges should look like across all committees. That would be one of them, is to allow for that flexibility. And there's other items in there. Quite frankly, what's listed under climate action, open space, and transportation is a bit more general than the current charges and allows for more flexibility, which I think will address some of the issues that we're having. But right now, as it stands, staff is bound by policy and we are bound by the charge. And what we're trying to avoid is this conflict of a committee thinking a charge means one thing and staff thinking that it means something else, because over time they are tending to shift a meeting, or in some cases charges being completely ignored. There is a charge in the Transportation Advisory Committee that they should be reviewing all transit routes once every 6 months and reporting back to the council for suggested changes. And 21 years ago, when I was 22, when I was the lead staff member for the Transportation Advisory Committee, it made sense because we were in we had a pretty difficult situation with County Connection receiving bus service that was adequate for the community. And we had a lot of transit dependent residents that weren't getting that bus service. So at the time, it made sense to constantly interact with council. But now with multiple transit options and multi-mobility and everything that's around, it's not as high on the radar, but that charge is still there.
Right. And as Vice Mayor Burrows mentioned, I mean, if 1 or 2 of the committees do fold in under it, I mean, we have the ability to increase that from 5 to maybe 7 or 9. If I recall correctly, we had 22 applications for those 7 spots
that we had on the task force. So we had more than 3 times the number of people applying for the number of spots that were available. So I really don't think we're going to have a problem recruiting. I think there's a lot of interest from all age groups, and especially young people, because young people are the ones who are going to deal with the consequences of our lack of action. And so, you know, I think that it's just, you know, the world is changing, our city is changing, and with it, we also have to evolve as in terms of how we operate. If we keep trying to apply it, say, if we were still applying a 1940s model to today, that's not, you can't force a square into a circle. You know, it just doesn't work. And so I think that, you know, I guess my philosophy in many ways is that fear often stalls progress, and we have to be more open-minded and less fearful and act with courage and optimism. And, you know, all the things that you were saying, you know, it will include, all of those charges are coming in, you know, where nothing's being given away. And, you know, I don't know if it would make people feel better or not. I guess I'm going to do a same thing as Councilmember Joinette said. For those who will be speaking, I'm wondering, would it make you feel more comfortable if we add 7 to 9 positions rather than 5, to make sure we have enough to move in some people from the Open Space Committee who can apply, and we know they have their expertise, to bring in people from the Transportation Committee. And then, you know, what I'd like to hear is, you know, what if perhaps it makes them feel more comfortable if it's a Sustainability and Open Space Advisory Committee?
And just to follow up on your comment, very happy to see the number of applicants for the CAP task force. Our experience with both, and I'm looking at Brian here and also park staff, with both the Transportation Advisory Committee and the Open Space Committee, is we don't normally receive a large number of applicants. And at least again, looking for head nods from staff, we don't have a lot of public attending these meetings unless it is a scout. It's required for school. My hope would be, if anything tonight, even if no changes are made, that we do get more people participating. Maybe this is bringing, you know, the committees more, because we do advertise. We advertise on all city channels about meetings, about topics, about vacancies. We just don't have a lot of participation.
Right.
So it's.
And I think that's also possibly a testament to the fact that perhaps some of the committees need to evolve to more what piques the interest of, you know, folks today, right? And those, it doesn't mean that nothing's, you know, I think it's reassuring that all the language and the charges that were already existing there for those committees are also in there, so they're not sacrificing anything in terms of their roles and responsibilities.
Okay. One more thing.
Any more questions?
Sorry.
Yeah.
It's like,
Questions?
this is a question, but it is I hope I won't open a new can of worm. Is it possible for us to attach any stipend for this committee?
I think the council has the ability to stipend any committee. There's no California or federal law that I'm looking for a microphone grab. I believe so. I know of other committees and other agencies that it's just by the power of the council.
Yes, the council may give a stipend. There are some limitations under state law, but generally it's up to the council's discretion.
Yeah, thank you. That's it.
I just want to ask of those who are going to speak as well. I have heard back from various people. Now, this advisory committee is a recommendation of the staff to us. In terms of being an advisory committee, I would like to note that on January 23rd, 2024, when the options of it being an advisory committee or a commission was brought up. It was left open to be a sustainability, an environmental advisory entity, which means that it could be one or the other. I just want to hear from the public where your heart is and what you'd like to see. And that's it.
Okay, all right, thank you. With that, we're going to open up public comment. Public comment is now open.
We did receive 10 public comment cards for this item. The first from Bob Peoples.
All right. Evening, Bob.
Good evening, Mayor Armstrong and council members. I'm here this evening as chair of your Open Space Advisory Committee, or OSAC as we refer to it, to urge you to retain the committee as an independent entity reporting to the City Council. It should not be folded into the proposed Sustainability Committee. Consolidation would substantially reduce and possibly eliminate long-standing citizen involvement in and city focus on open space protection and use. The substantial non-climate change values and functions of open space are of great importance to the city and I believe won't receive adequate attention under the new committee. I want to be clear, however, that a sustainability committee or commission or whatever you would like to call it should be established. But the committee could be much more effective if it didn't have responsibility for open space issues because of the great diversity of the issues that it would are proposed to be incorporated under it. I want to point out that several of the assertions regarding OSAC in the City Council staff report included in the meeting packet are erroneous or misleading. I believe when corrected, the rationale for incorporating open space issues and activities in the new committee are less supportable. The bottom line, I think, is that OSAC has been very active and retains broad responsibilities regarding open space and green space in and contiguous to the city. And in some respects, I think in my experiences, we tend to be held back by staff and whatnot in terms of things that the committee would like to try to address. The breadth and scope of responsibilities proposed for the new committee with only 5 members would likely limit attention to open space responsibilities, issues, and activities. Open space would be a small element compared to the more central role, central climate change responsibilities of the new committee. Needed emphasis on open space protection and access will probably be lost. Creation of an open space subcommittee has been suggested to provide the necessary focus on that topic. But that kind of begs the question of why not just retain the open space as a separate entity. Open space and green space in and contiguous to the city remains central to life and work here.
Start wrapping it up, please, Bob.
The reorganizing the committee should build on the interest in open space and try to enhance city involvement in and commitment to the city. The focus should, by broadening citizen involvement, not just minimizing cost and streamlining. As has been mentioned here, OSAC wasn't consulted about this proposal, but likely, I think, would have raised many of the issues that I've discussed here. Thank you for your attention this evening.
Thank you, Bob. Next speaker, please.
Kyle Levy.
Good evening, Mayor Armstrong, Vice Mayor Rose, members of the council. My name is Kyle Levy, and I have the privilege to currently serve as a member of the city's Parks and Community Services Commission. But I'm here tonight in a personal capacity to speak out in opposition to the consolidation of the Open Space Advisory Committee and the Transportation Advisory Committee into this new Sustainability Committee. I do want to say, this proposal from staff, I personally have the utmost respect for the city staff. I think they're some of the most dedicated, hardworking, and knowledgeable public employees there are. And I say that as one myself, so that's a big admission on my part. I know how difficult and challenging it can be sometimes for staff to make a advisory committee feel like it's giving beneficial input. For my day job, we also have a general community advisory committee, and it can be challenging to come up with items that are relevant and to keep the committee engaged. So I do think this is a good conversation to have in terms of evaluating the potential options to increase that engagement, to make things more meaningful, to get more expertise that's useful to the city. I think that's a beneficial conversation to have, and just, staying business as usual because it's always done it is not a good approach. So I appreciate that this conversation is happening. I think that this proposed solution to consolidate and to eliminate those bodies is a drastic approach. It just is. I think Mayor Armstrong had a good suggestion earlier to actually get input from the committees about how they feel they're being utilized, what kind of items they would like to be able to provide input on, what they want their meeting frequency to be. I think involving them in that conversation and getting those ideas is a good thing. That's what we did at my agency with our advisory committee. We actually spoke to them, got suggestions and feedback, had a workshop, and kind of improved their charter to more accurately reflect what we were looking for. So just from a process standpoint, I think that would be a good direction to go. I appreciate staff's presentation tonight. I think it answers a lot of the details that were sort of lacking in the original packet. And I appreciate the holistic approach that they're taking to this. But I think eliminating two current committees and consolidating them into one doesn't fulfill the goal of community engagement that they articulated, or one that's a priority of this council. When you serve on an advisory committee for the city, it engages you in the committee and engages you in the processes. You learn about the Brown Act. You learn about how things work their way through the staff level, how decisions are made. And it's very beneficial for members of the community to have that experience. And when you decrease the opportunities for them to have it, you decrease the number of messengers in the community who can spread that information about how the city works and build trust in the government and build trust in decision-making. So from that perspective, I would urge the council to take a more measured approach than what is initially being proposed in this resolution, and to consider some sort of alternative that still leads to the creation of this new committee, but preserves the engagement from the community in other ways. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Next speaker, please.
Greg Carr.
1 second too long. You did a good job. I think Bob before us would like to have a countdown clock. I know I would. I've gone through all the documents. I think you need to do option C. You need to hold a couple more meetings. You need to get the committee people in here, have them testify, if you want to use that term, before the public, and give a chance for members of the public to come in and say their piece. In terms of sustainability, you heard my view in public comments. If you're going to use that term, define it. Because not everybody knows what it means, because it's not singular in definition. On the staff report, it pretty much shows that you're going to have a single multidisciplinary advisory body for 3 or more groups. That's not going to make it. That's a lot of stuff to do. Also, in the staff report, it would be nice if an estimate of cost savings, especially since budget's upon us, could be stated. I save that for later. On the sustainability bylaws, the purpose of the committee is to provide recommendations to City Council. A couple other places, it implies that they got to go through the city staff. I contend that that's incorrect. They shouldn't be going through city staff, nor should the staff have any decision-making ability on what the committee can do. They are staff, they're advisory. And they should go to you. If you want to have staff do something, send the work product from the committee to the staff and get comments back. There's 6 items on 4A, things they're going to do, their charge. And then in 4B, there's a bunch of outside activities. And then you've got 5 people that are going to be on this committee, 2 alternates. Way short, not enough people, because people who are from the public don't always show up. And you need to have some more breadth, because what you're asking them to do is have some expertise in open space, climate action plan, transportation, even land use was implied. No, the only people that I know besides you are others that are not up there who are like you, who have that breadth of experience. The average citizen in this city does not. So, last thing, term limits. And I've got a lot of other comments, but my time is up.
Thank you, Craig. Next speaker, please.
Chris Dembiak.
Evening, Council. So my name is Chris Dembazak. I served on the Climate Action Committee, or the Climate Action Plan Task Force, as it was called. And I just have a few comments. In general, I support the framework of what's being presented here. And I think I also favor option C, where more study and maybe some changes would be good. On a general standpoint, personally, I learned a lot from being on the committee about how the city operates. And I think all of us on the committee were able to give very meaningful and good input into the process. So I think that really made for a better product, and it was a good experience for all of us. And as far as combining the committees, I had to think about that a little bit. And a lot of my points were already made by others tonight. So I'll kind of say what I think is the fiscal and efficiency. I understand where you're coming from on that. I do see a little bit of overlap in these topics, but I also see these as 3 pretty discrete areas that require expertise in each to be effective. So that's something we want to think about. I think 5 definitely would not be enough to pull in sufficient expertise to give good guidance in all those areas. So I would say 7 or more would be more appropriate if we stay with the single committee structure. I also think it'd be good to have the ability to make a subcommittee, because some tasks are here, just review this document. Other tasks took hours of reading through 100-page documents and really understanding, what implications it could have in the future. Some of the more, especially in the climate action plan, some of the more long future plans are something that required a lot of work. So on that note, I think what I'd like to say is the advisory committee works better to me if it's nimble. I agree. We don't want to get stuck with a 20-year-old, task or, charter that says we have to do this every 6 months. But I think with nimbleness, the support from the city would be critical to be able to adjust the meeting frequency to give people meaningful input into the committee. And I think those are the things that we would want to think through, if we stick with the single committee model. Yeah, and just the last thing, I heard a comment, you were asking for some input. I would say, it'd be great to have more public participation in the advisory committee meetings. Speaking from personal experience, it's pretty difficult unless you're pretty plugged into the city to follow everything. You have to go dig up the documents off the website. One thing I really benefited from was being sent information that I could read and digest before a committee meeting, and that's one of the benefits, I think that we get from the city. So I'll end it there with 20 seconds to spare.
Thank you, Chris. Next speaker, please.
Diana Corpy.
Evening, Mayor, council members. Most of you know me from open space because we've served together. So ironically, I have rewritten everything I was going to talk about, and I have not shared notes with Bob, just full disclosure. In going through this, And knowing what our city is faced with these unprecedented RENA numbers that have been imposed on us, it's vital that we protect what citizens value and what is desirable for folks to raise a family here. I believe that by commingling these three committees together, I do not believe that they're cohesive. There's no tangent agenda. I just don't see the correlation. And again, putting 5 people in charge of what we do, it is going to be so diluted that I don't see that there's going to be any end benefit to the city and its residents. I beg of you, if you have not read the open space vision statement, it's 56 pages long. Take time over the next week. Hopefully you're not going to vote on this tonight, and refamiliarize yourself with what we do. That will put a huge amount of, I think, input for you, because I believe when Bob did the presentation for our vision statement, I don't think Councilmember Adler was yet on the dais. I want to point out a couple things that, we had Save Our Hills in the 80s. The city of Dublin just was sued because they tried to expand the urban limit line. And one of the people that spearheaded the defeat of that lawsuit was our Save Mount Diablo liaison, who sits on our OSAC committee, Seth Adams. And unfortunately, he was not able to be here this evening. Also, for those of you that don't know that, but people such as myself, residents stopped the development of Los Trampas Regional Wilderness Park. That was supposed to be a 6-lane highway going through the canyon. And it's because of efforts such as like what our committee does, that never came to fruition. Now, of course, that was a long time ago, but that's how the park system was formed, was because of people that had an active involvement. And we need to listen to what the community needs. Transportation advisory has nothing to do with open space. And it's going to be very key as our city grows that we have these entities separate, or at least under a much larger umbrella. Workshops, let's do a workshop. Let's keep this open for discussion. But what's been proposed tonight is not going to benefit us. So thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Next speaker, please.
Sue Bach.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here tonight as a representative of San Ramon Valley Climate Coalition and also a member of the CAP Task Force. Can you hear me with the mask on? Okay. I'm just trying to protect everybody from a cold. When we finalized the draft for the greenhouse gas or the climate action plan, there was one thing in there that I specifically wanted, and that was to create a new climate change education working group, which is the name that it was put in as outlined in Measure IMP-1, page 19 of the Climate Action Plan. So the Climate Action Plan was thoroughly vetted by the task force, the staff. They were fantastic, very supportive, and did a lot of educational things. It's a plan that is rooted in data expertise, like many of the task force that have been here representing themselves. And it's a solid plan. Now it's time to take the next step. What that is, it's been presented by the staff as 4 different levels. And I think that was a very good representation of what needs to be considered. The this isn't about replacing anyone's work. It's about lifting it up, making it an example, expanding on what the climate action is going to be for the city of San Ramon. And our volunteers have done remarkable things over the years. We have a lot of expertise, a lot of knowledge, a lot of talent in the city of San Ramon. So it seems like a good idea, after listening to some other people talking here tonight, is that we expand this sustainability committee. I mean, 5 members, and we discussed this in the task force, of 5 was not enough, even with 2 alternates. Primarily because trying to get a quorum could be tough, especially if you're specializing in specific dynamics of the city, from the school district, from Chamber of Commerce, et cetera. And it's necessary, I think, to have a more general people that are going to be in the committee. And that increases the flow, the expertise, the knowledge. So I encourage you to approve this advisory committee and expand on that, including all these people that we have that are in the committees. Ask them to join.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next speaker, please.
Luz Gomez.
Good evening, Mayor Armstrong, council members, staff, and community. My name is Luz Gomez, and I'm a 45-year resident of San Ramon and a member of the East Bay Mud Board of Directors. I'm also on the County Sustainability Commission and the city's Climate Action Task Force. However, today I'm here as a concerned resident, and thank you to my fellow task force members for making it out here tonight. So I would like to speak in support of the formation of a sustainability committee for the city of San Ramon. I think there's general agreement about the need for this, and I believe it's the logical next step for the city to implement its ambitious climate action plan. That said, I was surprised to see the additional charges being proposed today. The task force did not have a chance to review the proposed charter presented today, and we were not aware of the proposed dissolution of other committees either. Those changes are significant, and the scope has multiplied. So I can see room for both an OSAC and a sustainability committee in the city, because I always think that more opportunities for community engagement is always a good idea. Alternatively, the city could consider renaming the new committee the Sustainability and Open Space Advisory Committee and expand its membership significantly. Either way, the expanded scope of the new committee warrants revisiting the number of members. I propose expanding the number of members from 5 to a minimum of 7 to 9 with 2 alternates. I recommend expertise in each of the areas of membership if we consider doing just one committee. And I propose that the new committee indeed meet monthly at first, at least at first, and I'm happy to see that there's that flexibility. Some of the language in the charter says that language of membership, that it should be a nonprofit organization, for example, and I would recommend that you include somebody from a community-based organization, because not all CBOs are nonprofit officially. I also noticed that I didn't see like an Earth Day celebration activity. If we're gonna list activities to do like hikes and the like, I would love to see the addition of an Earth Day or even an Earth Month activity added. And as to where this new committee could reside administratively, it occurred to me that maybe it could be under the city manager's office. Don't hate me. But, given that it has broad activities throughout the city, that may be a good idea. And it does seem to me like having a council workshop on this topic could be fruitful, because there's probably more details to be discussed. But I trust that we will arrive at having a robust and impactful committee or committees that will improve the quality of life for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right, it's 10 o'clock. We're gonna continue public comment after a short recess. Let's be back at 10:10. Back in session, and I understand we've got a couple more speaker cards, so let's go ahead and continue with the speakers, please.
Shirag Kathrani.
Evening, Shirag.
Hello, everyone. So I want to echo the thoughts of Bob People and all the council, all the committee members who came and spoke from the Open Space Advisory Committee, as well as the Climate Action Task Force. I did not see anyone from the Transportation Committee, but when I see the LinkedIn profile of all the members from the Transportation Committee, they have a specific experience in transportation. Open Space have specific experience in open space, and Climate Action Task Force have a specific task. So all these three are pretty discrete items. I don't think it's a good idea to merge. The other point, Ms. Council Member Rubio mentioned, is about quarterly meeting can be monthly meeting, or as well as, and I see that's a great point. But when we are appointing people on this committee, we should let them know that it's not quarterly, it could be monthly, it could be twice a month, something we should get a better expectations. And this is something we have to communicate to our community members who are really applying for this role. So I think that was a good point you brought up. Well, other point is a lot of the Open Space Advisory Committee meetings have been cancelled in the last 6-7 meetings, and the council raised the point, but I did not see any answer from the city manager or city staff at this moment. Why was that so many cancellations? This did not seem right to me. And recently, as the open space is most important part of our community, and the Measure G getting diluted from our city books, that was another concern. In the last meeting, the city council never addressed this point, and I thought like city council, when given an opportunity, should address that point at some point of time. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
John Larson.
Good evening, Council. My name is John Larson. I'm a resident of San Ramon for over 22 years. My emphasis is on supporting the establishment of the Sustainability Committee. I love the work of the other two committees, so you may need more input. But the work of the other two committees probably can continue within a broader committee by recentering it, as you said, in a productive way under a new committee. But as I was sitting out here in the audience, maybe it could be a different name. I don't think the people who support sustainability care what it's called. In fact, it's often an awkward word just to use sustainability. But as someone who works statewide with expertise on sustainability issues, I can say we need this important committee as it's structured under the term sustainability to help the city with the proposed work, because the work for it is, because this work is enormous, it's dynamic, and it's growing. People often complain that government is stagnant, but this is a great opportunity to evolve and reprioritize. So I just applaud the city for moving forward with this proposed new committee structure, whatever you call it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, John. Next speaker, please.
Jim Blickenstaff.
Evening, Jim.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Briefly, I just wanted to say, I think the mistake, if you want to call it that, of the Sustainability Committee is it's trying to put several priorities into one group that don't really fit that good together. And what it does is give key components of the future that need focus from the citizens. It diminishes them by putting them as one of 6 bullet points of different directions that are needed to look at in one group. And I understand the need to try to consolidate, but it doesn't quite work. And I use the Open Space Committee as an example, because that's a priority that needs a citizen focus, especially as the city continues to grow. It gives a connection with the citizens of something that's really a priority with them. And so I think you'll find from the citizens' point of view, you'll get plenty of input, people that want to apply and everything, because it is a priority to citizens. Sustainability makes everything a little more complicated. And like I said, it diminishes key priorities that the citizens want to focus on. Now, open space is an example of that. I think transportation can be an example of that, where you want citizen input on something directly related to the future of San Ramon. It's going to become more important as the city grows to have an input from the citizens that helps to make for better decisions. Because once you have that input, it's fresh, it's a little different than the inside group, if you want to call it that. And it's something that gives citizens involvement, which we want to need. We don't want to send a secondary message to the citizens, that residents, that they're losing priority. You want to keep them involved. And so there's key committees that do that. And so I think in terms of your A, B, C, and D decisions, I think D is the right one for now. And C is definitely worth looking at, because it allows you to study the committees in terms of importance and get the input of citizens of what's important to them. And then that, like I said, that'll help the long-range decision-making of the council. So that makes sense. In this case, it really makes sense to me. So that's my 2 cents worth. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jim.
That was the last speaker card, and the council did receive 5 written public comments that are also before you this evening.
All right. Thank you. All right. So now the matter is before the council, and a long-awaited discussion here on how we're going to proceed and what we're going to do to go forward. And I'm just going to start off again, again, by acknowledging the great work, the tremendous work that our committee members have done thus far on TAC, on OSAC, the Climate Action Plan Task Force. And I do think that level of public engagement that we've seen by everybody really underscores just how much these committees mean to our community. But I'll say, while I appreciate the staff's intent to improve efficiency and better align with our council priorities, it's clear in terms of the written public comment received, in terms of the public comment that we've heard tonight, that many residents are concerned about losing the distinct focus that some of our other committees have, our open space and transportation committees in particular. Just given the level of public interest that we've seen here tonight, the thoughtful comments that we've heard, I personally, my initial position here is that I feel it's a little premature for us to make a final decision tonight. And I would like to see us schedule some kind of a workshop or a study session with the input of the other affected committees. We even heard tonight that even the Climate Action Plan Task Force didn't understand their charge was actually morphing into something else, that the other committees were being dissolved and that sort of thing. So it's kind of new to everybody. Maybe not so 100% new, because there's been a little bit of telegraphing that there's a wholesale review of committees going on, and potentially some consolidation and things like that. But in any case, I think my preference tonight would be to defer action on this resolution until we can have a workshop that gets completed, have some broader input so council can kind of review what these separate committees think and kind of get that input directly. And frankly, if we go that direction with a workshop, I would also like the staff to directly respond to the comments that are made in a workshop, we'll hear comments, but put that into a written staff report to acknowledge that all the points that have been brought up are addressed in a particular way with kind of the next step for after we have that workshop. So, and I'm just going to start with that, and we'll kind of go around the horn like we did previously. I'll start down at this end, Robert.
Thank you, Mayor. And I thank you for all the public comment, and even those in support of the sustainability, those against it seem to have a common denominator, which is we need more time. We need more public comment, and we need to better understand what direction we're going to take. I, for one, think of this as a chance for us to possibly correct how we form committees, how we pilot committees. How can we make these successful rather than keep them at status quo? So rather than piling them into one sustainability or consolidating, maybe perhaps we could review the charges, talk more to our committee members, and see what would make the most sense. And I'm really looking at it from a how can we leverage these meetings to bring more of the community in as an opportunity to amplify the community voice back to the council, because I know a lot of citizens can't attend meetings live, but if there was an opportunity for them to attend these committee meetings, that would certainly help bubble up information to council and for us to be more informed in what the pulse of the city is. That being said, I'm also for efficiency, as anyone else would, but I think we need, I agree with you, Mayor. I think we need more time, a little bit more time to discuss this over. So thank you.
Go to Marshall.
Okay, so I just want to clarify one thing. The charge of the the Climate Action Task Force the first charge was to help with the update of the Climate Action Plan. And the second charge was to help charter the language for the Sustainability Advisory Committee, which did not include, folding in the Open Space and Transportation Committee. Remember, from the outset of this meeting, our staff clarified that this is something they proposed, not us, not the task force. The task force put forward was their months of work that has never happened with any other committee that exists right now. They put months of work vetting that. This wasn't just overnight and we're rushing it. This was months of work. So I think trying to stall for the sake of buying more time and as if there hasn't been time to speak, we've had repeated meetings on this specific task. And so I just feel it's important to be honest with the public about that. Secondly, never did the task force or anyone else, to my knowledge, on the council suggest that we fold it over into the Sustainability Advisory Committee. What should have been brought forward today is just a consideration for the Sustainability Advisory Committee, period. Because that's what they were chartered to do. And that's what we wanted to be considered. The value of having an integrated committee is vital. I think the work that the task force did is an example of the kind of quality work that can be done when you bring thinking minds from different backgrounds, different specialties. But I also agree that there's value to be had, say, in the Open Space Committee, where if they want to focus on certain things, and certainly if staff feels that maybe there's not enough focus or what have you, we can revisit that. But in the assumption that somehow these things are mutually exclusive, it's absolutely not true. We can have a Sustainability Advisory Committee and keep the other committees. It doesn't make a difference. And the reality is, if we want crossover communication, we can increase those seats by 2 And make sure we have a liaison from the Transportation Committee and a liaison from the Open Space Committee who will join those meetings and communicate back and forth and make sure our committees are interacting with one another. I'm sorry, I don't buy that. You guys have brought committees to fruition with somebody just showing up one day with a piece of paper, here's my language, here's what I want, and everybody nodded their heads. Absolutely not true. These people worked exhaustively. They gave the language to our climate action plan, over 200 pages worth. And to say this is rushed is honestly, to me, is a farce. It's not true. And so I'm going to leave, all I'm going to say is I would move to approve is the Climate Sustainability Advisory Committee in and of itself, and leave the other committees alone because they were never part of this. And if we'd like to bring them into the fold in the future, we have time to talk with them. It's not like they can't be integrated later, right? And so if we want to do that, but that is not conditional on today's decision whatsoever. And I think that that's very misleading to imply that. I will say more later, so I just want to make sure I reserve my time for later. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go down to Richard.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, in looking at what we were tasked to do with this resolution, obviously we've changed our mind, or we need more information as far as these elements going together. It's not so much, I mean, sustainability is one issue, but also whether these can be under the same umbrella. And so, you know, I'm not ready to make that decision because we have been kind of taking this apart and getting public comment. So I think we can, you know, wait a little longer and talk to the committees, get their input, and then make a final decision after we, you know, we do the workshop or whatever is the best method to make the final decision and getting all the input. So, yeah, I do think we needed to defer because it's a little more complicated than we might have thought.
The thing is, Councilmember Adler, to be clear, there is no condition ever that those committees had to be part of the Sustainability Advisory Committee. That is something that can happen even after the fact. That wasn't even part of the initial proposal. That was a proposal that the staff put in the report for our consideration, but it wasn't part of the charge of the Climate Action Task Force at any point or juncture. That was not the plan. And I will say that so what you're concerned about is a separate issue. It's completely separate from the Sustainability Advisory Committee itself, because adding those other two committees was something that was thrown into the packet and presented to us that way.
But I'm looking at the resolution here, and that's what we're dealing with.
But that's what I'm saying. And we can remove that language, is what I'm saying, that requirement. That is not something that has to be there. And all
Councilmember
I'm,
Rubio, let's give Councilmember Adler a chance to finish up.
yeah, but there's
And let me get
confusion.
the Vice Mayor
Right, sure.
opportunity, and then we'll have some.
Sure,
talk
for sure.
amongst-
Yeah,
I just
go with
want
the Vice
you
Mayor.
hearing confusion.
Now, after listening to Councilmember Rubio, this raises a question. So is today we are going to plan was to talk about only sustainable advisory committee that is through the CAP, or is it we are trying to add or collapse and work together? So is this the plan? So I want to make sure I understand this, because if we are talking only about sustainable advisory committee, then that can be separate, as Councilmember Rubio said, right? It can be its own independent, it can be, and then we can come back and we can work towards open space committee and also TAC, what we need to do with them. We can come back and then we can work together, right? Does that make sense? So I just want the clarity from city manager.
Well, it's completely under the purview of the council of whatever direction you want to go in tonight.
Yeah, and I think you made that clear and you you laid out 4 options for us on things that we can do. So we have discretion to do what we want. But, you know, I would just say that we heard some suggestions tonight of even changing the name or changing it to a combined just sustainability and open space committee and leaving TAC out of it alone. There's a lot of different ways that this can go. The resolution that we have before us is written very specifically, and the charter is very specific. So we're not going to be able to get what I'm hearing you say tonight is making a decision and approving a resolution on something, because I do think that the way it's currently worded right now, we're not ready to approve any language that's in there right now. We may in fact decide we want to keep all 3 committees separate. We may decide that we want to combine 2 of them. We may decide we're going to go with the original recommendation. I don't know. That's why I'm suggesting a workshop. And yes, you know me, you've heard me before say, I don't need any more information. I'm ready to make a decision tonight. Well, tonight I need a little more information. I am the guy kicking the can down the road a little bit. And I would like to see a workshop or some kind of a study session or something where we get a little more community input on how they think it ought to work. And then once we have that, then we'll give clear guidance to the staff and the city manager. This is what we're looking for. We want 1, 2, or 3 committees. And this is what the charge ought to be for X number of committees. This is what the membership ought to be. This is the frequency that we ought to meet, all those kinds of things. I don't think we're prepared to dissect what we have before us tonight, given the inputs, the varied inputs that we heard. And it may end up that we have just a purely sustainability committee or climate or environmental committee or whatever. Or it may be we combine something. I don't know, but that's why I want to hear more.
I think what was being confounded here is the fact that there's this assumption that the ask was for us to fold 2 committees into this. That was never the ask. January 23rd of 2024, the ask was not to merge committees. The ask was to consider and charter the language for Sustainability Advisory Committee.
Right.
That was the language. And why this was presented with the additional language of folding in 2 other committees, that's murking the original ask. Because if we had just brought forward the Sustainability Advisory Committee, that committee has been working on this for months. This is not something that just happened overnight. This is something that we asked and people worked on from the community input for several months since January 23rd of 2024.
You're right.
So what I am saying, so I think that what I'm trying to clarify and is not being acknowledged right now is that the intention was never to fold the 2. And the fact that we're even having a discussion of that, I feel, is undermining the original ask, which was the formation of the Sustainability Advisory Committee, which the task force members themselves said, and by the way, we had much more input or public comment from, I don't know, like 20 people who, yes, they used a template, but all of them said they support the formation of the Sustainability Advisory Committee. No one has said, no, don't do that. What they don't agree with is the confounding, the forcing these other 2 committees to fold in. We never asked for that. That wasn't the role, the ask that council made to the task force and to bring back to us. What was supposed to come back to us was strictly the formation of the Sustainability Advisory Committee. And this has gotten completely muddied up because everybody's confused now about what was the actual issue. And that should have never happened. That should never happen. If anybody wants to see what the role of this was, go to the January 23rd, 2024 meeting, go to 1 hour and 24 minutes, and you will find out exactly what the role of this was supposed to be. And I am not happy that that this was manipulated in a way that is undermining the hard work of our community members that you talk about. And saying, you know what, we don't care. All the public comment we got from the emails, all of those supported the formation of the Sustainability Advisory
Mayor,
Committee.
if I can just add one quick point. I want to be clear that I hope staff is not being accused of manipulating anything.
No.
I just want to be clear, but also I want to add that the Climate Action Task Force language that they suggested is in this resolution. The council does have the option of saying remove transportation and open space from this resolution. I just want to be clear that we did include the language that the task force was tasked with suggesting. That doesn't mean that staff or council is obligated to adopt anything. They can make suggestions to the language, but staff has presented exactly what the council directed the task force to do for consideration tonight. So it is up to the council with how you feel comfortable proceeding.
Did the task force ask to include those other committees into this, to fold those other two committees? Because that wasn't part of the original ask.
No, they were not. It's merely an option tonight. There is an option to adopt the task force language as adopted by the task force. We did not put in there that they recommended that the task force, I'm actually quite confused as the statement as to report to the city council directly and not to staff. We would need a lot of clarification on that statement, but that's one that was not included. But the other two tasks that they came up with are in there, I believe, verbatim as what they recommended. So I want to make sure that it's very clear, again, that we present options to the council, a starting point for a discussion, and then it's up to the purview of the council to make whatever changes you feel fit.
And thank you for,
If any.
and that's my point, is that suggestion was not part of the original ask when we asked them to take charge of that. So that's what I'm clarifying. We're not even, that's not even something that's technically up for consideration. When we charged them for that, with this responsibility of which they've been working on exhaustively, because they worked several months on the cap, and that cap was formed with and when they formed the language for this chartered committee, the Sustainability Advisory Committee, it is based on the work they did on the cap. You can't get anything better than what we have. We have allowed committees to come into existence with just one of the council members making an ask and bringing a piece of paper. Like it was mentioned earlier, ITAC was a perfect example. It was brought in, someone gave a piece of paper and they approved it and put a rubber stamp on this. This has gone through more vetting than any other committee. And I just feel that it's not fully truthful to say that it hasn't been adequately vetted or considered or discussed or brought before the public. That's just not accurate. And
All right. Well,
and all I want to say is I'm not done speaking and I don't appreciate being interrupted. I'm trying to answer the question from the former elected official here, Mr. Carr. He was asking for the definition of a sustainability. What is sustainability? And I want to make sure I answer your question. What is a state and a sustainability committee? And this is from Georgetown University. It includes sustainable transportation, efficient resource and waste management, green building, renewable energy use, and the preservation of green spaces. Now we can take out the language as our city manager has mentioned. We can take out the language that pertains to the open space and allow them to continue to manage that aspect of it. We can add 2 more spaces and make that for a liaison seat from the transportation and the open space committee, and have a complete and robust committee that is addressing the issues of, to the complex issues of today. This committee received more applications than any other committee. And if I don't understand like what the, where the question comes from, we've done more to validate this process than any other committee.
I'm confused. I'm sorry. What are you asking for exactly? Because you said.
Saying that we need to, the thing is, this was a proposal by staff to try to reduce, and I know the mayor has shared with me in the past that he wants to reduce the number of committees. And this is something that in reality, you know, I mean, obviously the public is saying, no, we don't want you to do that. We want to continue community engagement. And if that's the case, you know, and the thing is, this was never part of the consideration of folding these two other committees into the Sustainability Advisory Committee. It was simply as, and please correct me, by the way, the city manager, if I'm wrong, it was a suggestion that we may want to consider doing that, but it is not, by no stretch of the imagination, was that ever the original ask. The original ask is just for the Sustainability Advisory Committee, period.
Yeah.
Can I say a few things?
Yeah,
here?
go
Okay,
ahead.
So my understanding is that staff brought this to us, proposing to add these because at one point we requested them that, hey, figure out how we can consolidate, how we can change the current committee structures and all that. So just to take this opportunity, they are working towards accommodating that piece to bring. So that's the reason for me that they brought this into our attention. But Councilmember Rubio, if you feel strongly that, hey, let's go with only the sustainable committee as part of it, we don't need to worry about these two other collapsing into it. Please make a motion. We can work on that one. So let's focus on that,
Okay,
right? So
I'm happy to make a
that's
motion.
my understanding for the benefit of the staff. That's what my understanding, that they wanted to take this opportunity, make sure that we streamline all these committees. So that's a task we gave it to them. So like.
And I understand the logic behind that. Don't get me wrong, I do. But what I'm trying to simply clarify is that I think it confused everybody. There was a lot of things that confused a lot of people. There were things that were just like, even just the way that it was written, understanding that for example, the task force was a temporary task force. So it's not technically, it's being dissolved because by design, it was meant to be dissolved and expire once it finished its two chartered duties, for example. And so there's some things that can be worked on, and certainly the city manager helped me draft some language so we can update that on the resolution. So we can go ahead and, this has nothing to do with any of those things. Those other things that they're concerned about, whether we should fold them in or not, that's stuff that we can consider down the road. It doesn't even matter. It has nothing to, they're not mutually exclusive. They don't depend on each other.
That's fine. That's the reason we got 4. If you think, but as per our request, they did all this work and they presented. But then if you think that this is what let's proceed with the sustainable committee, then we can come back, revisit other things. Then please, you should be able to make a motion on that.
And that's what, I mean, I'm happy to, and I'm happy to make a motion to consider only the Sustainability Advisory Committee for its formation, not consider whether the open space should be, or the Transportation Committee should be part of it. That should be something that we consider down the road, and we can talk about more exhaustively and do all the things that you're offering, but that you're proposing, because that has nothing to do with what this committee was about.
Just for clarification, was that a motion?
Yes, it was a motion.
And the motion was?
The motion is to
specifically
approve the Sustainability Advisory Committee as a standalone committee of its own, not merging it with other committees right now.
Okay. All right, we have a motion on the table.
I second that.
Any further discussion? All right, I would just say, the comment I wanted to say previously, which was, I think we do understand what the original charge was. I was a part of that process as well, Many of us up here were. And the task force did work very hard. I think we acknowledged the great hard work that they did and the great product that they came up with. I don't think any of that has ever been in question. And I'll just say that I believe from the comments I've heard tonight, that may be the final solution we end up with, is just a standalone sustainability committee or whatever. And maybe TAC and OSAC will remain as is. But I've heard enough comments tonight that I think we still do a study session or workshop and we come back with clear language on a resolution at a later date. And so, having said that,
I say that?
yeah.
I agree with you. You know, as they say, delay is preferable to error. And I just think, you know, we've heard so much tonight, so many comments, and I feel like we need a little bit more discussion with the committees. We may end up wanting to combine these, but I'm not sure. We may just do this, you know, committee on its own, sustainability. But because we've heard so many comments and I have so many questions still, I want a little more time to talk to these committees and make a more, you know, complete decision with the information I need.
But they're not part of this consideration, Richard. They're not.
Yeah, just to make sure we clarify this thing, right? So the sustainable committee that's supposed to be created, irrespective of whether we collapse these two committees, right? So if we are creating this committee, at any point of time, you can have workshops and then you can bring them into the fold and you can move on. It's not like you create a sustainable committee and then you're saying that we are done with it.
No, well,
Right.
but we
So,
might want to have it combined with another.
Then yeah, we can continue the conversation.
So I would
We
rather
can have
look into that
workshop.
issue.
We can have workshops, we can have continued conversation, but why don't we stand up our sustainable committee? Let them continue to start work on that, then we can work on the background. So the same thing what we are talking right now is creating workshops and all that, the same thing we are talking again, the same. Even when you create the sustainable advisory committee, the same thing will go on. It's not going to change anything.
If I could maybe add just a little bit of direction here. We do have a motion on the table at this point and a second. And what we are discussing at this point is what to do with the other committees. Once the motion has been, we're either amending the motion through the discussion, which I don't think I see happening. But once the motion is resolved, that doesn't stop the council from bringing another motion to the table regarding the other issues, the outstanding issues that are left.
At another time?
No, not necessarily at another time. It could be right after this motion is resolved. That doesn't mean that the entire item has to resolve with this one motion. So if the council wishes to discuss the outstanding items as a part of a separate discussion, it may continue that discussion once this motion is resolved.
Yeah, so that helps us, right? So we go with this motion and then we can add another motion where we can say that we will have a continued conversation on whether we want to bring open space as well as TAC into this sustainable committee. That will be our second motion.
Okay.
All right, just with that clarification, I don't know if anybody wants to change their vote. Is there a way to clear the voting screen from what we've done and then give everybody the opportunity to? Okay. So let's give everybody the opportunity now, having heard all the discussion. We've got a motion by Councilmember Rubio, second by Vice Mayor Veros on just the Sustainability Committee and then a potential consideration in the future. I'm still got some concerns about that, so. All right, motion passes. And so now we still need to decide what we want to do with the other two committees and whether or not we want to do a workshop or something like that to determine their future.
I
So
agree with that. Oh, go
I
ahead.
move the motion so that we continue this conversation about OSAC as well as TAC, Open Space Advisory Committee and Transport Advisory Committee, to have workshops to see if they merged into Sustainable Advisory Committee or not.
I second that.
Can I,
Can I,
well, there's a motion, a second.
can I clarify?
Yeah, I was asking for
Does,
clarification.
does the motion include, the workshop and having the committees meet separately? That was kind of my suggestion, was let's let the TAC and let's let the OSAC have a meeting and decide kind of, and have a discussion amongst themselves, and then come back as part of the workshop with their input, so we can make an informed decision.
I totally agree with that. I think, that was the new part that I was trying to underscore. And I understand the goal of what, our staff was trying to do, because there have been some committees that are not very efficient. I get it. And I think that part would be, I think, a very diplomatic and appropriate approach to give them a chance to talk about what they're doing. Is there, what's the path forward for each and every one of them? It may be together, it may be separate. I would love to leave that open for discussion by the committee members and give them that voice. I am all for more public engagement, and so I fully support that.
So Mayor Armstrong, that's a motion. I agree with your motion, comments. That's the clarity, yes. If you want me to repeat, I can repeat it again.
Well, and maybe, let me just say the other thing, and if you're going to modify your motion, that we also ask the staff to respond to any comments that may be brought up during the separate meetings of the TAC and the OSAC. They're going to come up with what they think their charge ought to be, or whether they ought to continue, or how often they ought to meet, and things like that. And I'd like to see kind of in the staff report, when we go into the workshop, a clarification of what the issues are that they brought up and how they're being addressed.
Okay, so just if I can attempt to summarize, Attorney, I want to make sure I have permission to my right here.
Yes, go, please do, but I will advise that it sounds like we're amending the original motion.
Yes.
Or, which there is a procedure to do that. The easier way to do it would be to withdraw the original motion and then to make a motion again.
Are you talking about Vice Mayor Verosa's motion?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so so you want us to vote on that?
You can withdraw.
No, you can, it can be
Just let me,
withdrawn by the person that.
Let me repeat that,
Yeah.
just to make
Okay.
sure to clarify that, so.
I just, sorry, really quick, I'm sorry. I just want, just food for thought here. So we had a conversation just now from folding in the committees to now adding another committee.
No.
That literally just happened. We just added we just voted on creating a sustainability committee and leaving everything alone. I don't understand. Because I feel there's something else going on because I kind of sense maybe from that there's something that maybe, and I'm not, because I'm looking at the recommended action, and I respect what you say, but I have no idea what you mean. Like,
Oh, no, don't worry. So I'll explain. What it is that there was a suggestion, the proposal, the staff with, and part of it being from our workshop that we had last year. We had a workshop, and there was interest, a concern expressed about the efficiency of some of our committees, which is why some of them have been dissolved, like the ITAC, EDAC, and the housing, right? And because they've sort of lived out their course. Now, that doesn't mean I don't think, that this is more about allowing an opportunity for the open space and the transportation committees to get together and to talk about what they think is the best path forward for them as a committee, whether that's together, merge somehow, or as a continue on the same course, or it could be that we modify, maybe they decide we meet quarterly like the library committee does, and so that is really basically what it is better understanding what the committees would like to do and how would they like to move forward. That's what we're voting on, is allowing a workshop, allowing them to meet together. And the second part is getting a report from the staff that we can then bring to a workshop together with everyone involved, right?
Oh, okay, but that's not what I heard earlier. I mean, that's what
This is
that was-
completely separate from the other motion already, we voted on it,
but
right?
he just said that we're gonna have to amend that.
No.
No. The first
This
motion,
is the second motion. The first motion passed 3-2.
yes.
Okay.
So this is the second motion. Only thing is, as Mayor Armstrong mentioned, that certain things need to be clarified. We need to make sure that our second motion need to be read properly. That's the.
And
What
Vice
we
Mayor, I think what the suggestion is withdrawing the motion. I believe I understand what the council is saying. I'd like to have the opportunity to convey what I'm hearing. And then if what I'm hearing is correct, then a motion can be made on the summary of what I believe direction is, if that helps.
Yep.
Yeah, can you restate that, Vice Mayor
So
Burrow?
he would have to remove his
Yeah,
initial
why
motion
don't you
or vote
So-
on it.
I drop my motion and let city manager to summarize it.
Is that?
We need to remove.
What I believe I'm hearing from council is that you would like the Open Space Committee and the Transportation Advisory Committee to meet. And with the purpose of discussing potential charges for each committee. Once they have met, staff will summarize and comment on the charges, and we will provide that staff report to the council to either prepare for or during a workshop that includes the council, Transportation Advisory, and Open Space Committee. We are talking about a workshop with probably around 19 people, so we will have to figure out a time that works for most. I will say right now, to include everybody and find a time would be darn near impossible. I would also like clarification on, we do have 2 vacant seats, and we don't have an appointee yet from the Planning Commission to the Open Space Committee. So I'd ask for clarification. Do we go with how the committee is currently composed without a full membership on open space, or do we fill those spaces and then proceed? So that's one item. But aside from that, did I summarize correctly what I'm hearing?
Yeah, if we need clarification on that, I think it wouldn't make sense to put more people into a committee and then have this workshop because they don't have the background and experience, say, like our chair from Open Space does. Bob's been doing this for a really long time. They have more historical knowledge and what would be a better way to move forward. It would be kind of unusual to okay, let's bring in new people and then we're going to have this meeting. I don't know. I don't know. That's something for you guys to help me
I
figure.
would say go with what we got.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm
agree
hearing,
with that, yes.
well, that would be the motion to just go with what we got. So whoever would like to propose a motion.
So,
I mean, everything you said was correct, except you asked a question within there.
I needed
It sounded
clarification.
like it, yeah. And the answer I'm hearing from 3 of us here at least is that no, we wouldn't want to staff up, appoint more people until they have a chance to meet and talk.
So I'd ask for clarification to state that the committees as they're currently composed with the current members to move forward. And then I'll get that affirmation through the vote. So if somebody doesn't agree, you can vote no, you can discuss it. I just wanted to make sure that I got that correct.
Thank you.
And I would just say that if it's an idea of having to get 19 people all together, I mean, if you get a quorum of a committee, then the committee can meet and make recommendations
Sure.
and things like that. And I guess the final thing I'd say before we kind of go on with a vote is that input that the committee is going to give to us about their charges, ultimately, we're going to feed that right back to them as their charge. So they will then take our council direction and
Yes.
do what we want. It's not like they're going to tell us what they do, but they kind of are going to make, from their subject matter expertise and knowledge base, they're going to go, okay, here's what we think is the right approach given our experience, and then we'll agree to it or not. or
And
modify
to
it.
be very clear, this might take a bit of time on the staff end because we want to make sure anything proposed, we have it fully vetted in terms of what potential costs are. Also realizing that we are in the middle of a budget season. So if committees come up with new tasks and new items, we will show the council the fully loaded cost. And if there are any trade-offs that need to be made, if we need to make cuts in other areas, or if we need to add additional staff to cover the duties.
Fair enough.
Yep.
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we have a motion. Thank, Russ. We have a motion and a second. And let's finish our votes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the motion with, was that?
Yeah, the motion by me, Sridhar, Rose, Vice Mayor.
Was
You-
as described by the
As-
city manager?
As described
Essentially.
by city manager.
And I
Okay.
second.
So moved by the
There you
vice
go.
mayor and seconded. Okay.
There we
Yeah.
go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, sausage making complete on that one. Motion passes unanimously. City manager, sounds like you have the direction you need on that.
Yes.
And we will then now move on to the next item, which is, yes, city manager, council member comments and matters initiated with item 10.1, discussion of cancellation of the December 23rd, 2025 council meeting.
Yes, I have no other updates this evening, Mayor and members of the council. It's just whether or not the council would like to cancel the December 23rd, 2025 city council meeting. And so if I do have 3 council members agreeing to cancel the 23rd, typically when it is that close to Christmas, it's low attendance, people are traveling. So
Yeah.
if I do have 3.
I
okay.
agree.
Yes, I
do see
agree.
3 already.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay, all right. So let's, just to mix it up a little bit, let me start down with, for council member comments. Councilmember Adler, because we still got to go into closed session. So just kind of abbreviate your comments and
This will be abbreviated. We, on Thursday, November 6th, the Contra Costa Sanitation District met and a lot of financial decisions, pre-audit summary, considered alternates to handling various budget variances totaling 9.2 million. And operation and maintenance fund budget was increased by about 1.6 million. There was also discussion about the Iron Horse Sanitary District 80th anniversary. That was mostly it. The other item was the mayor's dinner in Danville, which was later that day. And we heard from a representative from Dolly Parton has a reading organization, which is pretty admirable. She feels strongly about young kids getting proper text or books to read. And she has an organization in the United States, Canada, United Kingdom, Australia, Ireland. And it's called the Imagination Library, dedicated to inspiring the love of reading. And so that was discussed, whether, no decision I think was made on that, but we had a representative. And the other item came the next day, the opening on November 7th of the Christy Yamaguchi Holiday Skating Rink. And I've always been a fan of Christy Yamaguchi because of her just incredible Olympic ability and winning the gold medal, and also being a world champion. But she is, really cares about young people. And we had a bunch of great skaters, young skaters that were just starting out. And I'm sure we're very much inspired by Christy Yamaguchi. So we have that rink. It's open now. We do it annually during the holiday season, and it was great for the community to come out and see the opening and just this holiday spirit kind of kicking off the season. So that's what I witnessed.
We're at 11 o'clock. Do we need a motion to continue?
I move to continue another 30 minutes, please.
Okay. We have a motion to
I second
continue
that.
30 minutes. Second. Vice Mayor Veros.
Do we need a vote?
Okay, I guess we're going to do it electronically here. Okay, all right, motion passes unanimously. Let me go down to continue with Councilmember Schweiner, please.
Yeah, I attended the Christy Yamaguchi opening along with the mayor's conference in Danville. That was well attended. I did have a comment I wanted to make. I've been receiving some complaints from constituents that live on Morgan Drive. Morgan Drive coming from San Ramon Valley Boulevard, crossing over into Bollinger, that swath. There's an East Bay Regional Park on the east side of that hill. There are some complaints about kids playing chicken against cars crossing, high school students. They say high school students, I don't know, maybe just young drivers gunning it up the hill. And there were just some complaints. I just wanted to see if we could look into that, because there's been reports of baby deer, fawns out there, and deer and other wildlife animals, et cetera, last thing I want is, and it's getting darker. And so when the kids get out of high school, it's dusk, and just wanted to make sure that there's some eyes there. That's all.
Yes, I'm sure the police chief heard, although he is retiring in a month, we do have Officer Dang here tonight for backup. So I'm sure they both heard. And
I'm just piling work on you.
Yeah, we need to get it in while we can.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Rubio.
Thank you. Oops.
Thank you. So on Wednesday, October 29th, along with Mayor Armstrong, I attended the State of the School District. There was really some fascinating numbers and updates that came in, considering they went through a tremendous budget cut, and they had to lay off 200 employees, and they're still keeping up with the numbers in terms of academic performance, attendance, graduation rates. If I recall, it was about 97 with an average daily of 95.6%, which is amazing. So it really is a testament to our school district of how efficient they can be even under duress, because we have this very unusual local funding formula that really makes it difficult for people, and it has these stipulations on number of students enrolled and their attendance. So it's a good thing to hear that. And then on Thursday, I attended the Contra Costa County for the Triple CTA Marketing, Planning, and Legislative meeting. And we just talked about the continuing increase in ridership amongst youth. They also talked about geographic distribution of the ridership and challenges in student transportation, and also, of course, talking about, just in consideration, what's happening at the federal level, community events, and food insecurity. And I also had the privilege and honor to be nominated to serve as the vice chair. So that was really exciting that I will get a chance to serve in that capacity in that subcommittee. And then November 6th, Thursday, November 6th, I also, along with, I think, Vice Mayor Veros, I think everybody was there for the Contra Costa Mayor's Conference. As was mentioned already, the Dolly Parton Imagination Library was part of that, and I will be joining my fellow council member Joinette on the East Bay Regional Communication System Authority as an alternate. And then on Monday, November 10th, I attended the Senior Foundation, and they talked about CPR and first aid training classes. And I never, through the Red Cross, and I never realized how expensive these classes are. I really wish they were more affordable, but nonetheless, super important. You can't put a price on a life. So it will definitely go a long way and help so many people. So I really, and it's empowering to the community to be able to know what to do in the event of a crisis. And then they also talked about the memorial bench that they're planning on doing in honor of a woman who was a nurse, and her last name was York, and she was a very dedicated person to their foundation. And so they're going to be putting a plaque by the front desk, and also there will be a memorial bench in her name. It was funds that were dedicated funds raised specifically to honor her legacy. And then they just talked about the annual Quality Boutique report, but that was about it. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Vice Mayor Veros.
So Contra Costa County Mayor's Conference already covered, and also attended the ski rink that is also covered. Yesterday, honored to attend the Veterans Memorial event at Veterans Memorial Building of San Ramon Valley, along with our own proud veteran, Mayor Armstrong. So deep gratitude to all who have served and sacrificed for our country. Greg Carr here, he's a veteran, and also our own Parks and Community Services Department head. Henry is, thanks for all your service. Appreciate it. You inspire our community. Thank you very much. That's my.
Okay, thank you. Most of my items have been covered. I also attended a ribbon cutting for Hill Physicians. That's over at BR3. They got a nice new facility they moved into. Very well attended event. Got to tour their new facility. On the 1st of November, I attended the Holiday Boutique over at the San Ramon Community Center. That was hosted by our Senior Foundation. Very well attended, a great crowd there. I was able to pick up a couple holiday gifts as well. On the 3rd of November, I had a meeting with John Mercurio. He's the East Bay Regional Park District Ward 6 officer, and we were able to catch up on some areas of interest. The city manager joined us briefly as well. On the 7th of November, I had another mayor's breakfast. We had Supervisor Candace Anderson attended that event and spoke on some updates things going on in the county, to include she had an emphasis about the county board of supervisors decision to allocate $21 million towards debit cards for the for food program. And my next mayor's breakfast will be on December 5th. This morning I attended a information session. It's kind of a workshop hosted by Assembly Member Rebecca Bauer-Cahan. It was over at the San Ramon Community Center, and they had a representative from the Department of Finance and Finance Protection and Innovations from the state that came and talked about scams and how to avoid scams and what to look for, and red flags and things like that. Very informative for the attendees. And then this evening, I briefly attended the Police Academy graduation, or the Community Academy graduation, prior to the council meeting, and encouraged those who were there to also consider attending our Gov 101 classes and our Planning Academy classes and things like that, and get that trifecta of our city planning and workshops. So with that, that's my report. And so we're going to move to closed session. Before we go to closed session, I want to open up public comment. Item 11.1 closed session is about, it's convened a closed session pursuant to California Government Code 59457 to perform the evaluation of the city manager. Do we have any public comment for this item?
Not for this item, no.
Okay, then I'll close public comment and then we will convene to closed session. We will come back out afterwards and we'll report on the closed session. Thank you. We're back from closed session, and in closed session, the council decided to select a ad hoc committee of the mayor and the vice mayor to consider compensation for the city manager at the end of his evaluation process. And with that, thank you very much. Meeting is adjourned.